every single thing in my passwords on. I don't know.
You know, have it saved to your Google profile?
That's what I'm saying. You know, I just.
Pal, buddy. That was aggressive, buddy.
Yeah, just like
amigo,
like you're trying to break stuff. What are you doing, man?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is exceptional to be back. Welcome in. It is not just any old Monday edition of the Rob Brown Show. No, my dear friends. Today is a very special edition of the Rob Brown Show, and it is a very special edition of the Rob Brown Show for many different reasons. The first is, you know, you get every now and then you get a little gut punch. All right, you get a little kick in the nads. Sometimes life says, hey, that thing that you've been working for, you're aiming at, it ain't gonna happen. And, you know, as some wonderful philosophers of the early 2000s once said, I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. So spent the weekend out over in Charleston with the lady friend, with the gal pal, with the wife. We had some lovely hours out on the beach. We spent a little time hunting seashells and shark teeth between Folly and Edisto Beach. We got to see the new little nephew, which, and I learned this. I had been told, Zoe, and what I was really stupid excited about, that if the nephew, which they didn't know the gender until it was born. And I was told for weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to the birth last week that if the baby was a girl, her name was going to be Ramona. And if the baby was a boy, the baby was going to be named Ramon. And the reason why was because when they had their last baby, when that baby was the imaginary baby, when they were like going through getting everything ready, they said, oh, the baby's name's going to be Jack, because the parents were just convinced it was going to be a boy. So they were going to name it Jack. But then it wasn't a boy. And so they gave it a different name. However, because I am a, jerk, my niece, baby number one, is forever going to be known as Jack. That's what I call that baby. That baby's very confused around me because I'm like, what's up, baby Jack? And she's like, that's not my name, Uncle Rob. And I'm like, sorry, kid. Blame your parents.
Not my name.
Now, here's the problem.
My name.
Here's the problem. The problem is baby number two, which is a boy that I was told was going to be named Ramon, is not Ramon. They named him Jack, except for I already got a Jack. But this one, so I was all jacked up, all geeked up about having Ramon, nephew Ramon. But they didn't name him Ramon. And guess what? Doesn't matter. I'm not calling him Jack. Jack's your sister name's Jack. You don't get Jack. So I am calling my nephew Racer. He is Racer Ramon. And shall forever be, because Rob's the Funkle. So we got to meet a new baby, new nephew Razor, as he will affectionately be known by me and only me and no one else, to the chagrin of my wife and her sister. Although the brother-in-law thinks it's awesome. He laughed hysterically. And I like him for a reason. So, got to spend some time with the new family. You know, there's sometimes you hold a baby in your arm and you're like, damn, my entire life is it's not even my kid. My entire life's put into perspective. So I got a little perspective over the weekend. All right. Some things didn't go the way I wanted them to go last week. I got a little kick in the boys. It happens to everybody. Sometimes you gotta push the reset button. All right. You just got to unplug it, sit 10 seconds, plug it back in again, and figure it out. That's what we did over the weekend. So Monday is important today because first and foremost, it's a resurgence. It's a revival, if you will, of the Rob Brown Show. It's a new day. Yes, it is.
You can't do that anymore. But that's I get.
I can't. I'll never give up on the power of the positivity. It's never going to happen. So you get it improved. You get a revamped, you get a rejuvenated, a re-energized, a refocused, and a rededicated Rob Brown show as of today. Because I am committed, as dumb as it may be, to take this thing to the top. And I shan't stop until we get there. The second reason that this Monday is going to kick all sorts of ass from start to finish, top to bottom, left to right, up and down, and all the way around is because you may or may not know this. And if you do not, worry not, dear friends. I am here to enlighten, educate, and inform, and you are in advance, as always, very welcome for it. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages. If you don't know, now you know. Playa, it's football week. And not preseason football week. Not football week where you're like trying to convince yourself that the games that happen this weekend are important. Because they're important to me. Later on, I'm going to tell you why all of you, all capital A, capital L, capital L, capital L, capital L, all of you who are freaking out about the Carolina Panthers. As a great philosopher, Taylor Swift, once said, you need to calm down. You need to calm down.
Yeah, I noticed you didn't have that in Sports Flash, but it's okay. I wrote a story.
Well, that's because it was on Saturday.
No, it wasn't.
Sports Flash for you.
No,
Was it yesterday?
Panthers was.
I swear they played Saturday.
Well, even if it was Saturday, it's Panthers news. It was Saturday. You're right.
You're right. It's old news.
Yeah, it's not.
The news gone.
It's not.
The news done.
It's not. But
I'm
still going to do it anyway. Just like when there's Saturday college games, we still should talk about it on Monday because we're talking about it, so we should have it in stories. Clemson and Carolina, and there was an email. I don't know if you were on that email, but I can send it to you.
I don't read my emails.
Yeah, I mean, I read that one. I can't say that I read them all, but I read that one.
Either way, those of you freaking out about the Panthers, I need my button because I dig the digging.
We'll see if it
I did the digging.
works. There we go.
Oh, we
Wow,
are so bleeping back, baby.
I know we're not talking about it yet, but if you're freaking out about the Panthers, you absolutely should panic.
No,
Panic.
You should all
with a capital P.
You should all calm TF down. And you should all calm TF down because the one thing that sent you over the edge, the Bryce Young pick on play number one, I saw the absolute chaos on the internet from Panthers fans nationwide saying, OMG, play number one, pick number one. What do we do in WTF, BY?
You also got sacked from the number one.
Yeah.
And then missed some receivers. It was not.
Yeah.
Then was not given a chance to redeem himself by giving a good drive because apparently I guess they thought maybe it was going to be worse. So they just set him down. So.
And despite all of that, Carolina fans, take a deep breath. It's fine. It's really not as big as you're making it out to be. All right. And we're going to do a little film review that you can't see, but I'm going to do it anyway for you later in the show. Because you missed something that happened on the pick. You missed something that happened that you haven't taken into consideration. And not only does it completely wipe concern about that interception off the board, more importantly, it is actually going to make you go, damn, that's actually a good play from Bryce Young. Rob, how did he throw a pick 27 yards down the field and you call it a good play? Don't worry. I can, and I will, because it was. And I will even win over the great one with this because it was just right there in front of you. Even Lonzo is going to be like, game over. Even Lonzo is going to be like, damn, Rob knows ball. Hey, boo all you want, but I'm going to prove
They
it.
sound like Popeye.
But I'm going to prove it. Hang in there. All right. So we're going to talk a little NFL football because we are headed into the final week of the NFL preseason. Then we get a little bit of a break, 1 week off, and then it's football time. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the thing, great people of these United States of America. It is Monday. It is 6:09 a.m. In one day, it'll be Tuesday at 6:09. In 2 days, Wednesday at 6:09. In 3 days, Thursday at 6:09. In 4 days, it will be Friday at 6:09. And in 5 days, it will be Saturday morning at 6:09 a.m. And Saturday morning at 6:09 a.m., we will be inside of the 6 hour countdown until toe meets leather in a real life top 25 college football game that counts. Because Saturday at noon Eastern, live from Aviva Stadium in Dublin, Ireland, number 22 Iowa State takes on number 17 Kansas State in a Big 12 showdown between two teams that genuinely, legitimately feel like they can win that conference and can punch bid in an auto qualifier spot to the 2025-26 NCAA College Football National Championship playoffs. This game is going to set someone on that trajectory. And this game is, while I shan't yet say going to remove one of them from college football playoff contention right out of the gate, I can say the loser of game 1 at noon this Saturday is going to see their odds making the playoffs exponentially decreased because they are going to be way behind the 8 ball at that point. So it is Monday morning. It is 6:11 in the morning. Today is a great day. And it's a great day for a few reasons. It's a great day, number one, because we are now 5 days and less than 6 hours from a college football game that counts. And don't worry, when that one is over around 3:30, you take a little bit of a drink, grab yourself a dog and a brewski, because at 4 p.m., Idaho State and UNLV. 2.5 hours later, Fresno State is at Kansas. Just 30 minutes after that, Sam Houston at Western Kentucky. And then we go out in the nighttime slot to the Clarence T.C. Ching Athletics Complex in Honolulu, Hawaii, as the Warriors host the Cardinals. Hawaii hosting Stanford. Now, there's really only one game on that slate that jumps off the page at you. There's really only one game in that slate that's going to get you feeling all hot and bothered underneath the belt. You know what I'm saying? You feel me, dog. But at this point, after this long, I'll take whatever college football you're going to throw at me. I'm going to be looking down the rest of the schedule. Is there some D2, D3, D4, D7 ball out there that I can get my eyeballs on? Is there what? Anything. Just give me everything you got, because football is here. By the way, FYI, there actually is football at the FCS level on Saturday too. Incarnate Word at Nichols, Idaho State at UNLV, Tarleton State at Portland State, UC Davis at Mercer, NC Central at Southern, all on Saturday. And then the whistle will be wet. Then the appets will be tizered. Then it'll just be a few short days, just 5 short days away from next Thursday night, when the schedule really hits the accelerator. So, ladies and gentlemen, I say 2 things to you this beautiful Monday upstate morning. I say, number 1, good morning. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I hope, like mine, that it was full of rest and rejuvenation and reinvigoration. I say to you, number 2, starting today, you're getting a brand new Rob Brown show, because I got kicked in the nads last week, and I decided the response is not to go, oh, okay, all right. I decided the response is come out this week and start whipping some tail from 6 to 10 a.m. So you're getting that out of me starting today. Not that you didn't get it out of me, but you're getting an accelerated version.
That's kind of implying that you were not putting your all into it before now, and okay.
This is more the you know how your coach used to go out there and you used to bleed and you used to sweat, and you used to puke on the field after 2 days. You can get to the end of day number 2 and the coach would walk up and he'd call everybody around. Tweed boys, gather around here. Listen, I saw you out there today and it was fine, but tomorrow I expect 110%. And you go, whoa, I can't give you 110% because 110% accomplished would just be 100%. That would be what the new 100% is. If I'm capable of that, then that's 100%.
Up and the coach says, "Go get me some water, Spaz."
Maybe so, but the point is, that's how numbers work. All right. Today is the day. This week is the week. And from this point, moving forward, the Rob Brown Show goes 110% day in, day out moving forward. Last week's 110% is this week's 100%. And we got to find out what the new 110% is. So I promise you that. And I promise you, number 3, we are going to talk so much football that by the time Friday rolls around, you're going to be sick of football. No, you won't.
I don't think that's a possibility.
Yeah, no, you won't.
Honestly, it could be for some people. But
that's a lie. That's not just a lie. That's a damn dirty lie. By the time we get to Friday, you're going to go, oh, my God, shut up, end the show. Let's play. Like, can it be tomorrow already? All right? That's what you're going to do. So here's what we got lined up for you today. Coming up in the next segment of the show, we learned that the Big Ten had a sales pitch going for the college football playoffs moving forward. And shock of all shocks, it's good for them and literally everybody else hates it. Like literally everybody else hates it. And I'm 90% sure.
Doesn't mean it's bad. I haven't heard it.
Oh, no, it's bad.
Well, I mean,
it's bad.
You know, probably from your perspective.
I'm going to go with even noted and notorious B1G Homer, the great one, is going to go, that's a little much. It's a little much. A little much for me.
I'd throw out the slogan, but I don't think they have one.
B1G, we have a number in our name, as the slogan goes, I think. So we're going to talk about that because I don't know who it was, but I'm relatively sure when this idea was come up with in the Big Ten offices, somebody was doing their best Cheech and Chong impression. So we're going to talk about that in the very next segment. Then, coming up after that, I went and I did a little deep dive. I grabbed some numbers from the preseason betting market because, as I've told you time and time again, if you want some genuinely unbiased perspective on what to expect out of teams, players, conferences, championship winners, etc., the best place to go first and foremost is to look at the Las Vegas betting odds. They don't give a damn about you or your football team. They just want to be right. So I picked up some of the most interesting betting numbers. We're going to talk about that to end this hour. Coming up later on in the show at 8:40, John Blau of the Post and Courier going to join us on the show. We'll talk a little Clemson football. We'll get his thoughts on some of those numbers. At 9 o'clock, Cody Decker, my Saturday host on Bet for the Cycle, is going to join us for a couple of reasons. Number one, a little bit of news and notes for those of you that have followed us around on that Saturday show for a hot minute. And number two, because even though we're going to be talking football out the wazoo this week, baseball season is still happening. And there's some pretty interesting storylines. And I don't know anybody in my life better equipped and more chaotic to match the energy of the show than the legendary Cody Decker. That's at 9 o'clock. Boys, girls, we got a show line down and relax. Or if you're getting ready for work, I need you to get up and get the hustle on, but I need you locked in because the foremost electrifying hours in sports, talk, entertainment start now. That's the great one, Lonzo. I am Rob Brown. We are thrilled to have you. Let's get some. The Rob Brown Show's on the radio. It's the Fan Upstate. I drink a whiskey drink, drink a back. Drink a lager drink. Sing songs that remind them of the good times. Sing songs that remind them of that time. I think that's how that goes.
Well, I'm guessing you got the alcohol part right. I believe she's saying Danny Boy. I mean, you know.
Next door neighbor.
What?
Oh, I get knocked down.
I don't think there's a next door neighbor in there. Are you sure?
We're going to come right back and answer that question, but I have to pee real bad.
buddy. Deep, pal.
So I'm pretty sure somebody at the Big Ten's office was getting in to the old hippie lettuce a little bit. I think somebody at the Big Ten was doing their best Cheech and Chong impression a few days ago. The Big Ten apparently has been working on some new college football playoff proposals. The big conversation has been going on. What format are we going to roll with? Are we going to go with a 4-4-2-2-1-1 plus model? Are we going to roll with the top 5 and then plus everybody else? How are we going to format this? And that's been the big debate in college football. But apparently, we're still at an impasse. And we are at an impasse because the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference cannot agree on this. The Big Ten has effectively said, hey, SEC, we are more likely to acquiesce to your request if you agree to play 9 conference games, which we are doing. The Southeastern Conference is looking around and saying, whoa, we got like a lot of good teams. Man, we're not really inclined to do that, TBH, as the kids might say. So blah, 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 that's been the big fight. And as that fight has been ongoing, apparently the Big Ten has been in the lab cooking up a new experiment for the college football playoffs. It came out over the weekend that the college football playoff, if the Big Ten got its way, would expand beyond 14, beyond 16, beyond 18, beyond 20. According to reports, the Big Ten is likely to submit or is at least in very serious talks about eliminating conference championship games, granting the Big Ten and the SEC, I'm going to LeBron this, not 4, not 5, not 6, 7 automatic playoff bids apiece, granting the ACC and the Big 12 5 automatic playoff bids apiece, having 2 automatic bids for non-power conference schools and 2 other at-large teams, and what would be either a 24 or 28 team college football playoff. 24 or 28 teams in the college football playoff. Now, I accepted a very long time ago that this thing was going to 16. It feels like an inevitability that it would go to 16. And the take on it going to 16 the entire time has been, it doesn't really matter how you or I or anybody else feels about it. Because at the end of the metaphorical day, the decision to expand to 4 initially, 12 eventually, and as I've said a few times, I guarantee 16 next year, is made by and in the hands of exclusively people who get paid a lot of money based on what happens in the landscape of college football. And here's a fun little fact. Almost 100% of the time, with very few and very rare exception, if someone has the authority to make a decision that results in them getting more money, they are, again, rarely, with exception, going to make the decision that makes them more money. That's just how the world works. And so the take from the beginning when we went to 4 was, y'all, we're going to 8. And then when that discussion got shelved in favor of going to 12, which of course resulted in some teams catching a bye, I said, we're going to 16. And we're going to 16 because it is a number divisible by 4, which means that everybody got to play in round 1. You don't have any teams sitting down because while your team may very much love catching the first round bye, do you know what happens when you are making a first round bye? You have 4 of the, if not the best 4 college football teams in America sitting at home. Do you know what they're not doing when they are sitting at home? Making money. Can't do it. I don't care how talented you are. I don't care how passionate your fan base is. If your team is on the couch in their multi-million-dollar facilities watching on television, they're not making money. And if they're not making money, then people in suits and ties at the highest level of authority in our game are not making money either. And if they're not making money, they ain't happy about it. So we're going to that. But I got to tell you, even as somebody who accepted the reality of a 16-team playoff like 2 years ago and told you all you should do the same because your feelings about this are, unfortunately, irrelevant. As somebody who accepted the reality of a 16-team playoff 2 years ago, this is too much even for me. 28 teams?
See,
28?
I'm not buying it. This sounds like watch, we're gonna leak this and they're gonna go with it type thing. That's what I think it is. I mean, and I know you said you've got to the point where you know that 16 is going to happen. That ain't happened yet either. So I'm just saying 28. I don't believe it. I think someone's just messing with the media, messing with sources, trying to find a leak. You know, you tell the one guy who you think, all right, this is our leak right here. We're going to tell him this. And then when it goes to the media, he's the only one we told. So then we're going to know that's our mole. We found our mole.
So I appreciate and respect.
Dude, I mean, 28, that's a lot.
I agree.
Yeah, so I'm just not buying it.
So
I think, and I'm not accusing you of this, there are a lot of people who don't like the Big Ten, so they're automatically going to believe, oh, look how pompous and haughty those guys are. They think it should be this way. I think they found their mole. That's what I'm going with.
All right, so let me respond to 2 points that you made in that take. Let me start with the first one. The first one is 16 ain't happened yet. You're exactly correct. It ain't happened yet. But it ain't happened yet for one reason and one reason alone. Because the Big Ten and the SEC are using expansion as a bargaining chip against each other. The Big Ten wants the SEC to go to the 9-conference game schedule like they have done. The SEC is going, nah, we good. And on top of that, while yes, you are the second biggest power player at the table, you're the second biggest power player at the table. Like, we're going to get our way. The question mark is, what do we need to do to convince everybody else at the table to line up on our side? Hence, Lonzo's turning college football into an athletics Game of Thrones episode over here. And I don't say that in a mocking way. I think that there is a large part of it that is probably true. Here's what I would say.
And it's also the thing where you throw some stuff out there on a Friday, see how it's received. And it's a haggling tool. Here's our high end. There's the low end. We meet somewhere in between. I mean, there's just a lot of things this could be.
I'm not saying any of those are incorrect. In fact, quite the opposite. I would say, I don't know that we know what the point of this is. The point could range anywhere from the B1G is actually deadly serious about it, and this is genuinely what they want to happen. And I've told you a few times why it is that the SEC has accepted the concept of 5 highest conference champions and plus 11 at-larges, because the SEC is in a position where, and you can literally just use last year as your example, where there will be years, not all of them, maybe not even most of them, but there will be plenty of years where they can get 6 in. There will be the occasional year, and I think this year might be one of them. I'll be interested to see how it plays out. But there will be occasional years where the SEC could threaten 7 teams in a 16-team playoff when it's all said and done. On the contrary, just based on what we've seen the last couple of years, it feels like, and this could change down the line once we see what the money looks like coming in from an expanded playoff, it feels like the Big Ten is going to regularly get 4, rarely get 5, never get 6. Just not. They're just not in that position right now. So the Big Ten may be looking at this and going, if we go to 28, just by law of numbers, just by the way the numbers work out, if we go to this, we can get 7 in every year. And more teams equals more cash money, yo. So I think there is something to be said for that. But here's the thing about Lonzo's mole theory, where they are Tyrion Lannistering the little finger to figure out who the right guy is. It's Pete Thamel who dropped this report. Not exactly a guy that gets strung along for the ride.
Right. But, you tell a guy, that guy tells Pete, Pete's job is to give out this kind of information. So,
I don't disagree. I will also say Pete Thamel's the type of dude that isn't just going to put out a report like this one if he doesn't have some pretty solid evidence backing the claim that it has at least been discussed. We'll see how it plays out. We're going to talk more about this later on in the show. I hate the idea. 24, 28 is just, even for me who's accepted 16, 24 is just too damn many teams, dude. Like, you're just watering down the product at that point. It's like the NCAA tournament going to 96. You're just watering down the tournament. There are no teams that are going to be 80 to 96 that are winning natties. There are no teams that are going to be ranked 17 through 24 that are winning natties. It's just watered down. All right, some of you guys have dropped some chats. We're going to talk about those here in a minute when we come back here in just seconds from now. Got a lot more college football, Vegas betting odds, and what can we learn from them. Clemson fans will be happy with this. We'll talk about that next on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Tim, I am going to read that and respond to it when we come back here in just a minute. Kane, Luke, good morning, fellas. Y'all stay right there. We'll be right back. Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. I haven't done so yet, so let me tell you how you will get in touch with the radio program here on this glorious football week. There's multiple ways to do it. The first is the telephone number, 844-326-3663. You call that number, you get on the air. You know what I'd like to do here on a Monday? Since we're feeling the vibes, since we have officially made it to football week, a football week of football games that count in the standings, et cetera, in the college football landscape. You know what I want today? I want your hot takes. I want your hot season takes. I want to know what's your prediction that you have cooked up in the lab that the boys are saying, yo, lunatic, why don't you chill out?
Is this just for college football or for NFL too?
I mean, we do NFL too.
All right.
We can do NFL too. I'm good with it. I'm equal opportunity offender. But, it's everything this week, if we're being honest with each other, everything this week's probably going to take a college football slant to some degree. I'll take your NFL hot takes and predictions as well. But I want your hot college football takes primarily.
So we're to be excited about week 0.
Are you not?
No.
We have football on.
No.
That counts.
No, it's week 0. The following week, there are meaningful games. The following week, you got Ohio State, Texas.
There's a top 25 game.
You got Clemson, LSU. This week, it's just like it's an appetizer, but it's an appetizer at a fancy restaurant where the appetizer is like the size of a quarter.
On Saturday night, on Friday night. On Friday night, the lady and I went out to a way too damn expensive dinner in Charleston.
What'd you wear?
I wore I'm not ashamed to admit it. Tell you what I've been getting into lately. I've been getting into, great one, these like 70s knit retro polos.
Okay,
Right?
I thought you were going to say Crocs, but okay.
No,
all right.
no. Still not a Croc guy. No matter how much I try, still not a Croc guy. We've been getting into these. I've been getting into these like 70s style knitted shirts. They got the collar, but there's like no buttons on it. The V and the collar is sewn together. Like it's real retro.
But to be retro, it's got to be butterfly collar though.
It's not like Starsky and Hutch style.
That's right. I mean, that's
I know, but
that's stuff I had to wear as a kid.
I'll tell you what. I'll wear one tomorrow.
Oh boy.
I'll wear one. I'll wear the one I wore Friday night. I'll wear it tomorrow.
It's been washed though, right?
It has been.
Okay.
Daddy does his own laundry.
Okay.
So we went out to dinner on Friday night. Why do I keep doing that? We went out to dinner on Friday night at a little restaurant in Charleston called The Select. And boy, howdy, let me tell you, was it Select?
The name sounds expensive.
Yup. This is a place that back in the heyday of Charleston, this is the place where Ernest Hemingway hung out. This is the place where Robert Frost hung out. Like this was it's not like an artsy restaurant, but it's very cultured.
Did you know that there's probably some people listening right now who have no idea who those two people are?
Kids, stay in school, get your education. Okay.
Maybe they did. Maybe those guys aren't talking about it.
If you made it through high school and you didn't find out who Ernest Hemingway was, I can understand Robert Frost. If you didn't get Ernest Hemingway, you had a bad literature teacher. Okay. The man's an icon. All right. So we went out to The Select and we had our reservations at 8:15 and they sat us at 8:10 and the waiter comes over and he says, what can we get you guys to drink? And my wife had a lovely floral gin cocktail. I had a Cuban sour made with, never had this before, egg white, which gives it this like frothy, thicker texture. Oh my God, it was delicious. All right. Like $22 cocktails, worth every second of it. And that's rare for me. I'm a give me my $3 bottle of Mick Ultra and go away kind of guy. These were delightful. So we got our cocktails and then we put in our food orders. and they started with an appetizer, and it was a 3-course meal. It was an appetizer, it was a main dish, and it was a dessert. So I put in for my appetizer a lobster arancini. I've never had this before. It was a chunk of Maine lobster with a risotto fritter and then a basil pesto underneath it, and just a little bit of some type of aioli on top. And then I put in for my main dish a grilled shrimp pasta primavera. I decided I was going Italiano that night. And then I put in for my dessert a little chocolate gelato. Very fancy stuff. And then the waiter said, "We got you," and he walked away. Now, about half an hour later, he came back to the table with our appetizers. Now, Robbie B is a hungry boy, all right? I hadn't eaten all day. We had been busy doing like baby stuff and helping out the brother and sister-in-law. We had a lot going on. So he comes back with my lobster arancini, and he sits it down on the table in front of me. And Robbie B was very much looking forward to his grilled shrimp lobster primavera. Grilled shrimp primavera. Now, the lobster arancini looked delicious, but I was really looking forward to the primavera. And the primavera was not, it wasn't the main course. That's not what I was there for. So he sets this appetizer down, and I was like, oh, God, I'm so hungry. Can we get to the real deal? Can we get to the main dish? But I took the lobster arancini, and I cut the first fritter open in half, and I put just a little touch of the aioli on top of it. And I took a bite of that lobster arancini, and y'all, I mean it when I tell you, it was one of the top dishes I've ever had as an appetizer in my life. Now, it still wasn't my grilled shrimp pasta primavera, but when I popped that lobster arancini in my mouth hole, good God, was your boy a happy fat kid. All right? That's week 0. It's lobster arancini. It's not the primavera that you ordered and are looking forward to. It's not the main course. It's not something that you look at and you go, oh, this is going to make me happy forever. No. But I'll tell you what, you cut open just a little touch of that arancini. You put a little dollop of the chipotle yellow aioli on top of it, and you pop that into the mouth hole. And for just a minute, you don't even think about the main course. You're satiated. You're satisfied. That's week 0 for me. It's lobster arancini. It's not my primavera. It's not what I've been looking forward to all day. But you give me a little lobster arancini with a Cuban sour to wash it down. Yeah, for that moment, just for a few minutes. That's all that matters, man. That's it right there. That's it. You can't beat it. That's where it's at. So, week 0 football is that lobster arancini, and it's coming. It's the waiter has got your order. He's taking it back to the kitchen. They're getting that arancini right now. And when they pop it on the table on Saturday at noon, is it everything you want? No. Is it the main course? No. Is it the big thing you've been looking forward to for months and months and months now? No. No, it's none of those things. You know what it is? It's going to give you that little bit of, for right now, just for right now, and just for a little while longer. I'm satiated and I'm satisfied. That's Iowa State, Kansas State right out of the gate, kids. That's what we got. That's what we got on Saturday at noon. The lobster arancini. And it's all I need, man. It's all I need. All right, 8443, that was a left-hand turn. 844-326-3663 is the number to call in and get on the air. It is also the number to the Hub City Spartanburger text line. 844-326-3663. You text that number, it's going to come straight to my computer screen, and I will read them on the air. I'm looking for your hot take projections, prognostications, and predictions for the 2025 college football season. That prediction or prognostication that you have dumped on the fellas while you are all out talking football the last couple of days or weeks, and it was like that record scratch moment. You know, you go, hey, I think, and then in the background you just hear, I bet you're wondering how I got here. And everybody goes, you lunatic. It's not happening. No chance. No way. I want that prediction. All right. I want that prediction. I want to mark them down. I want to record them, and I want to circle back around to the end of the year. We've already got a few. Texter said, hard take, not hot take, hard take. Hunter Renfrow wins comeback player of the year. Texter, if I may, from what I've seen and from what I've heard, I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a pretty solid projection, TBH. I think that's a pretty solid call. Hunter Renfrow, by all accounts, has been Mr. Reliable. I was listening to an interview a couple of days ago with J.C. Horn. Now, this was before the car accident, so this is a week and a half old or so. But I was listening to an interview with J.C. Horn, and they asked about Hunter Renfrow. And he said, dude's unguardable right now. He said the way that he gets into and out of cuts is unlike anything he has seen anywhere else. Remember, this cat's been in the league a couple of years now. This isn't like a rook who's learning the ropes. This isn't like a young guy in year number 2 who just got promoted from CB2 to CB1, from nickelback to CB1. No. This is a guy who, for 2 years now, has been the guy expected to be the guy. And he's saying this cat's unguardable. I don't think it's a hot take. Texter said, good morning, guys. As I board my plane this morning, it's usually this point that I'm the one. Clemson winning the Natty is my hot take. Y'all don't believe it.
Okay, again, they're ranked pretty high. How is that a hot take? They're going to zoom through the ACC more than likely and probably have a bye, maybe. I don't know. And then, I mean, how's it a hot take?
The hot take is, and I do not agree with this, but I also understand why it's a hot take because it's worked out a lot of the times. The hot take is by, quote, breezing through the ACC probably. The hot take is...
Yeah, I don't believe... Yeah, the hot take is your hype of the ACC.
No, that's not hot take.
That's been the most hot takey you've been since you've been here in this building is your hype of the ACC.
I am adverse to and allergic to hot takes. I'm standing on that
hot
business.
Takey.
Standing on that business.
You're like one of the only people I know who believes that.
Okay. Well,
Clemson is the ACC. They're going to win the ACC. They're going to do that.
Whoa, I didn't say they wouldn't.
Yeah,
let's be clear.
I mean, SMU might give them some trouble. I don't believe Miami's back because I've been hearing that forever. We'll see what happens with Florida State. Probably last year was a fluke. They'll probably be better this year, but I don't know. And I think North Carolina is a mystery. We'll see what happens there, but Clemson's going to win the ACC.
Didn't mention 9-win Duke. Didn't mention Louisville with Miller
Yeah.
loss. But we'll put that aside.
On purpose because you've been
aside.
hot takey building the ACC up when I'm not even sure it should be in the Power 4.
Don't think it's a hot take, but we'll circle back around to that. Here's what I think Spartanburg Jay is talking about there. What I think he's saying here is if the team does not face, as you do not believe that they will, if the team does not face playoff caliber teams at least a couple of times in the regular season, then when it comes time to play playoff games against playoff caliber teams, they won't be ready. How many times have we seen?
That's not what he's
I don't know
doing.
what happened last year.
He's doing Dabo's poor old Clemson. That's what he's doing. That's what that text is. Poor old Clemson. This is a hot take. Clemson's going to win that's a poor old Clemson.
Texter, if you are not yet airborne, feel free to shoot us a reply and clarify that a little bit. Spartanburg J said, quote, this year it seems everyone is saying Clemson, so my hot take this year, you suck contends for the SEC and makes the college football playoff.
I'm not aware of a team with that name. So maybe Spartanburg J needs to text back in and tell us who that is exactly.
Well, they capitalized the U and the S and the C and you suck.
So again, maybe you can interpret, but as far as I'm concerned, I've never heard of a school with that name before. So you talked about schooling earlier. Obviously, this is a sign of poor schooling because that school does not exist. So I must have went through Spartanburg Public Schools and doesn't understand that school does not exist. Now, if you want to tell us an actual school, I'm sure that we can talk about that.
Texture says, hot take, Tennessee finally beats Georgia this year.
Oh, I thought that
Go Vols.
Tennessee was back.
Says the hot take is they finally beat Georgia this year. Texas says my hot take, the Bears win the NFC North.
There's a hot take.
That's a hot take.
That's a hot take.
I concur. That is our first hot take. Texas says, hot take, Clemson loses 3 or more games. Cade ain't him. They were 1 play away from their worst season in 10 years last year. Now I'm supposed to believe they are a national contender. Yeah, right. We'll address all of those.
Yeah, because
and more.
Rob says he's going to, well, he's not the only one who says he's going to New York. Going to be a Heisman.
I think so. I got to bet on him and Lenoris to get there. Hey, speaking of Lenoris, apparently my dude is flexing on all of us with his NIL money. I'll tell you what that's about coming up. We got your water cooler cheat sheet next. John Blau talks Clemson at 8:40. Cody Decker talks Alma B at 9 o'clock. Lonzo talks big news now.
Yeah, I know this happened Saturday, but I want to talk about the Carolina Panthers lost to Houston Texans. Saturday 23, Bryce Young got sacked, missed receivers, and threw an interception that was called back due to a defensive penalty. He was replaced by Jack Palmer, who went 10-14 for 83 yards and 2 INTs. The Panthers take on the Pittsburgh Steelers this Thursday in their final preseason game. Yes, I believe you should panic. The Atlanta Braves won their 5th consecutive game and finished off a sweep of the Guardians with a 5-4 win yesterday. Eric Fiddy got the start, but the win went to Aaron Bummer, who worked 2 innings with just 1 hit allowed. The Braves collected 10 hits, including Jurickson Profar's 7th homer of the year. Said 10 hots, but anyway. Alabama tailback Jam Miller, the Tide's leading rusher from last year, will miss the season opener at FSU after an upper body injury sustained in a scrimmage this weekend. Head coach Kalen DeBoer said the team expects a full recovery, but no timeline has been set. I'm laughing because there are some typos that I missed. Didn't make them, by the way, but I missed them. All right, let me turn this down. Let me do this, and we'll be back in a moment. Maybe.
Never a doubt, kids. Never a doubt. The Rob Brown Show, back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Great to have you, Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and ew. Be a part of the show this morning, 844-326-3663. We got John Blau coming up in an hour and 40 minutes to talk Clemson athletics. We got Cody Decker, my Saturday co-host, coming up at 9 a.m., We'll talk a little Major League Baseball because while it is football week in America, my dear friends, the Major League Baseball season is still ongoing, inching ever closer to the playoffs. Actually, one baseball item on the water cooler cheat sheet to start here in just mere moments from right now. But we got Cody Decker coming up at 9 a.m. We'll talk a little hardball with him and talking a lot of football with you. I have asked the question for your entertainment on the text line at 844-326-3663. The Hub City Spartanburger text line, as a matter of fact, 844-326-3663. What is your hot take this season? What is your prediction, prognostication, projection that's got the fellas going, hey, maybe relax, buddy. Maybe relax, pal. Because you are just coming out of left field with something hot and heavy. We got a few already. We got Clemson losing 3 or more games because, quote, Cade isn't him, end quote. We got a texter saying the hot take is the Bears win the NFC North. We got a texter saying Tennessee finally beats Georgia this year. Go Vols, et cetera, et cetera. So with those on the table, what is your preseason football? Can be college or pro. Your preseason hot prognostication that's got your amigos saying you're a lunatic, but you're willing to attach your name to it and stand on business here on the show. We'll come back to those here in just a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the Carolina Panthers because y'all are dramatically overreacting to preseason game number 2.
It's over.
Dramatically.
It's all over.
And there it is. There is the dramatically overreacting right there.
Cannot wait for the defense.
Don't worry. You're going to get it. That's coming up here on the show. But it is 7:04 in the morning. You have less than 56 minutes until you have to get to the office. After a good, solid, long, enjoyable weekend, you got to go back to work. And that sucks. I know. But here's the good news. The good news is somebody at work likes to talk sports with you. And the good news is when you get to the office, you're going to go meet that person on your first break of the day, which I assume comes like 14 to 18 minutes into your workday. You're going to walk down the hallway. You're going to meet them at the water cooler. And when you do, you're going to talk sports. And if you're going to talk sports, you got to know what's going on in the world of sports. And if you got to know what's going on in the world of sports, well, this is the best news of all. We do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying, "These are going to hurt you, sir," before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Oh, yeah, boy. The water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office this morning and start talking sports with your coworkers. When you do, this is what you'll be talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, put on the Speedo, stand on the hot eye because it's time to jump in with item number 1. The Braves are still bad at baseball. I do not want any of you to misconstrue what is happening here as a resurgence, as a turnaround, as, the boys are climbing back into it. They are still double-digit games out of the final wild card spot. However, the Braves have won 5 in a row, 8 of 10, and just finished off a sweep of the Cleveland Guardians, a Guardians team that is, shockingly somehow, above 500 on the season. After taking 3 on the chin from Atlanta, the Guardians are now 63-60. The Bravos now 56-68, a dozen games below the 500 mark. Eric Fetty went 4 innings, gave up 6 hits, 4 runs, all earned, K'd 5, but the win went to Aaron Bummer. Bummer went 2 innings, gave up just 1 hit, K'd 1. Nobody else was able to get on from the dish. Atlanta racked up 10 hits and 4 ribbies, including a pair from Jurickson Profar, who in the 6th inning hit homer number 7 on the year. You will remember, of course, that not too early into the season, Jurickson Profar was hit with a PED suspension of 81 games, missed the overwhelming majority of the first half of the season. He's been pretty good since he came back. Another dinger, 1 shot. It was good for a pair of ribbies. You also had RBIs from Olsen, from Acuna Jr., from Michael Harris II, and from Ozzie Albies. It is wildly frustrating to be an Atlanta Braves fan right now because it is most assuredly too little too late. But all of a sudden, the things that we begged for, the things that we asked for, the things that we clamored for earlier in the season, they're all now suddenly starting to happen. Now, all of a sudden, Michael Harris II looks like an all-star. All-star game's already passed. Kind of irrelevant, but he looks like an all-star all of a sudden. All of a sudden, Matty Ice Baby Olsen is warming up in some big spots and starting to get some hits with runners in scoring position. All of a sudden, Atlanta's offense kind of looks like the offense that it was supposed to be from the beginning of the season. Again, doesn't matter, too little, too late. You're 10 games out of the wild card spot unless there is just some sort of overall catastrophic collapse from some other teams in the National League. The Braves are just in too big of a hole to climb out of. However, if you're just looking for some positive, if you're just looking for a reason to enjoy baseball for a night here and there, not for the remainder of the season and a playoff run, now the Braves are starting to hit the dadgum baseball. What are you going to do? Atlanta 8 of 10 in the W category, 5 in a row, including a 3-game sweep. They open up a 3-game series at the crib against the second worst team in baseball, the Chicago White Sox, this evening. Let's get to item numero dos. It is fantastic when niche sports find somebody that demand that I find them a place in the show. Scotty Scheffler is real good at golf. Scotty Scheffler claimed his 5th PGA Tour victory of the year in the BMW Championship yesterday. Entered Sunday's round 4 shots off the lead of the Scotsman Robert McIntyre. I was going to try to do like the William Wallace Braveheart, but it didn't work out. Robert McIntyre had him by 4. All Scheffler did was erase a 4-shot deficit against McIntyre in 5 holes. Grab a 1-shot lead on the 17th. End up 82 feet away from the pin. No big deal. Just chip that SOB in. 82 feet. 88. That's a driver. 82 feet. It's not a driver. That's sarcasm and facetiousness. It's a long way.
Might be a driver for you.
It's a long way.
Yeah, well,
my man pulled out the wedge, knocked it onto the green, and rolled it in from 82 feet. They showed poor Robert McIntyre off to the side of the green. Keep in mind, this is the same Robert McIntyre that had JJ Spawn in his back pocket back at the U.S. Open a couple of months ago, until JJ knocked down a 67-foot putt
That
Sorry.
boy is good.
65-foot putt.
That boy is good.
Yeah, real good. 65-foot putt to take the U.S. Open away from McIntyre. Yesterday on Sunday, McIntyre watched Scotty Scheffler do Scotty Scheffler stuff. Why am I bringing up a golf result in the water cooler cheat sheet? Well, it's because we have had a few times, and breaking news, we're going to do it again today, a conversation about Scotty Scheffler and why it is that Scotty Scheffler doesn't move the needle when he does Tiger Woods things. And you go, wait a minute, Rob, Tiger Woods, that maybe pushing it a little bit, right? Nope. Do you know who the last golfer to gather 5 trophies in one PGA championship season was? It was Eldrick Tiger Woods in 2007. The last guy before that was Eldrick Tiger Woods in 2006. I didn't go back far enough in the record book to find out who the guy was that did it before that. Just suffice to say, it doesn't matter. It was Tiger twice back in the mid-20s. And that's what Scotty Scheffler capped off yesterday. We do have some updates on our Ryder Cup teams for next month. We're going to get into that a little bit later on in the show and talk a little bit more about Scotty Scheffler. But I'm just going to say this. If you're a fringe golf fan, if you're a hardcore golf fan, if you're a person who says, you know, I want to watch a little golf, but there's not that one guy that makes it jump off the page at me. Yeah, there is. His name's Scotty Scheffler, and he's real good at this. Let's get to item number 3. This is a story that is from over the course of the weekend. But now that we are all once again together here in the sports talkosphere, now that it is Monday and we have all resumed our regularly scheduled sports talking while ignoring our responsibilities schedule, I do think he goes back to the forefront. I do think it turns back into a big story today. According to Pete Thamel, pretty respected guy in the college football circles. According to Pete Thamel, the Big Ten is having internal private meetings about what to do moving forward with college football's playoff expansion. Now, the conversation has been held under the presupposition and assumption that we're going to 16 teams. Why haven't we gone to 16 teams? You might ask. Well, I'm glad you did. The reason why is because the Big Ten, by being the first conference to jump at a 9-game conference slate, which, if we're all going to be intellectually honest with each other, which I think is important, they did for one reason and one reason alone. A 9-conference game schedule creates more conference games. Obviously, more conference games means more inventory of games that you solely and exclusively own the rights to. A 9-conference game schedule means a lot more games that you get to send over to Fox to have them give you oodles and oodles of dollar bills, y'all, to carry. That's why they went to 9. But after they went to 9, they looked around and they said, whoa, if we end up in a spot where there are not extra automatic qualifiers for our conference, we might have put ourselves in a bit of an oopsie daisy here. We might have put ourselves in a big spot. So what did the Big Ten do? The Big Ten asked the Southeastern Conference to join them in playing a 9-game schedule. The Southeastern Conference has, of course, as of today, said, we'll talk about it. We'll see. We'll talk about it. But then the SEC turned around and proposed the 5+11 model for the college football playoffs of 16 teams. The 5 highest ranked conference champions Every other spot goes to an at-large team based on end-of-season rankings. Now, I've already given you my conspiracy theory on why that is. Effectively, I think the Southeastern Conference will almost always get 5, will regularly get 6, and will in an occasional great year get 7. I think they would have got 6 last year. I think they could get 7 this year. The Big Ten, not so much. Now, that's not what is the news story. The news story is that Thamel reported over the weekend that while this conversation about expanded playoff format is ongoing, the Big Ten is in their own little bubble with Tony Patini. And they are having conversations about about college football playoff expansion. But no, not 2 16 teams. Apparently, the Big Ten is having internal conversations about proposing and figuring out how exactly to argue expanding the college football playoffs to 24 or more likely 28 teams. According to Thamel, the 2018 format would put 20 playoff games on campus, which would accentuate the success of that from last year's CFB. The committee would seed the field and pick the at-large teams. Tony Patini ran the idea by his conference on Wednesday, according to Pete Thamel, and it has begun being shared by others. End quote from Thamel's article. So we've had the theory, Lonzo had the theory that perhaps this is just a ploy. Perhaps this is just a little bit of a, hey, why don't we get a conversation going here, Southeastern Conference? If you don't, as we have some weight at the table, maybe instead of coming to the table to have a proposal for a proposition for a compromise about what a 16-team playoff looks like, perhaps we come to the table and we tell all the little guys, hey, we actually want to open up more spots for you. We're going to go 28 teams. Maybe this is just them walking up to the table where the SEC, ACC, and Big 12 are sitting and saying, yeah, we're here to compromise, and then throwing a live hand grenade on the table. Compromise with this, sucker. We'll see. And we'll talk more about it later on in the radio program. When we come back, let's do a little look up and down the ACC preseason betting numbers. And let's see if anything jumps off the table at us. Let's see if anything is interesting to us and what we can learn about the conference and Clemson's place in it next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Is my screen fluctuating on yours?
Not right now.
Okay. Well, it's not doing it on the.
Doesn't look like it.
Did you?
I'm looking at you.
No. I'm just. You can't see it, but it's like green and it's all. I mean.
Be right back, dudes and dudettes.
there somewhere. There it is. Wish it was next week. That way I'll be used to all this stuff. Maybe.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great One, Lonzo, and you. The Atlantic Coast Conference.
I had to redo the thing. It's labeled wrong, so I got to fix it.
I mean,
there it is.
Where would the show be without that clip? In college football purgatory, that's where. So,
I need to go back on vacation.
I'm telling you, man.
Apparently, yeah.
You know, sometimes you come back from vacation and you need a little break from work. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and everything has changed, and you're used to doing things a certain way, and now you got to, old dog and all that.
Old dogs, new tricks, yada yada yada. The Atlantic Coast Conference is, I think, going to be a more competitive conference than it is getting credit for. We've already made this argument before. The Miami Hurricanes believe that they are. I don't, but it's not because of a lack of talent. It is because I do not trust their head coach. The exact same reason that I am not betting on the University of Texas to win the national championship either. I just don't trust their coach in the biggest spots. The Louisville Cardinal, I think, are going to be a shock team in the ACC for a lot of people. And when they are, I want you to all remember, Rob Brown told you preseason, this team's going to make a little noise this year.
I think he also means I need to remember so I can go, Rob, you were right. I was wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's not incorrect. The SMU Mustangs were in the ACC playoffs and the college football playoffs last year. And while they do have to replace some dudes because they lost like all their running backs, they get their wide receivers back plus some transfers. Kevin Jennings is a potential Heisman finalist. And Rhett Lashley's a football dude, man. And I have, over the last couple of years, really started to appreciate head coaches who are football dudes, dude. I've already tried to tell you, Georgia Tech's over win total of 7.5 is silly. This team's winning 9 this year. They could realistically win 10. I will also tell you, Rob Brown is fighting with himself right now to go put a little scratch cash dinero down up in North Carolina here in a couple of weeks for the Georgia Tech Rambling Wreck to make the ACC championship. Not win it, but make the ACC championship.
Just give me that money. Don't waste your money. Just give it to me. I'll buy a sandwich or something.
No need. I will put it down on noted football dude Brent Key. I have no idea what the Florida State Seminoles are going to be. The Duke Blue Devils won 9 games last year. Coach Narduzzi at Pittsburgh, a team that I was down on, and in fairness, remain down on. But Narduzzi at ACC Media Days kind of had me second-guessing myself a little bit. Not that Pitt's going to be good, but they could be a wild card. Who the hell knows what Dave Doran's Wolfpack are going to be? Who the hell knows what the absolute wild card of Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels are going to be? I think that they're probably 2 or 3 years out, but the Syracuse Orange are all in on Fran Brown. Again, definitely a football dude. We'll see if Syracuse can make a little noise. That's pretty much the list, but you get it. You get it. So what do we have in the ACC betting odds right now? Here are the most recent updated numbers for win totals, for conference championships, and for playoff appearances or misses, and national championship odds. First and foremost, Clemson's win total has dropped by 1. A few weeks ago, it was 10.5. You were betting on Clemson to be 11-1 or better. Their new win total, granted, it is juiced to the over at -200, meaning you have to bet 200 for Clemson to get to 10 wins to win 100. Means juice, means Vegas thinks the over is the more likely outcome, but they're not super confident enough to move it up to the 10.5. They actually moved it back to 9.5. To win the conference championship this year. Clemson a few weeks ago was a -120, meaning that you had to bet $120 to win $100 if Clemson win the ACC title. They are now an even money -100, +100, however you want to label it. The point here is Clemson has gone from a -120 favorite, bet 120 to win $100, to an even money bet, meaning bet 100, win 100. That means that Las Vegas looked at something. My bet is the bookmakers listen to the Rob Brown Show on the regular.
No way.
That's my guess. That's my bet. Can't prove it, but it's my working theory. And they said, we think Rob might be onto something with this ACC's better than it's getting credit for stuff. We might be onto something. Because the betting odds for Clemson have not just changed, but they've changed by a full game. From 10.5 down to 9.5 on a win total, and from -120 to an even money bet to win the conference. Now, making the playoffs, they're -200 still, meaning Vegas is relatively sure this team is going to the playoffs. You got to bet 2 to win 1 is that number. However, to miss the college football playoffs, Clemson was a few weeks ago sitting at +190. Today, they are at +150. So the odds for Los Tigres, as of right now, the odds are saying Rob's right about the ACC. Forget the college football playoff championship number. As of right now, the Tigers are 9-1 to win the national championship. That is to say, you bet $100. If they win the Natty, you win $900 back. That is also a different number. As that number, if I recall correctly, was sitting at about +825. It is now at 9-1, meaning you are getting more money if it does happen. Also meaning Las Vegas is looking at it and saying, over the past 2 or 3 weeks, something has jumped off the page to make them say, we think it's less likely now that Clemson wins the national championship. That is in line with the odds for a ACC championship changing as well. Now, keep in mind, it is not required of Clemson to win the ACC to get into the playoffs. It will obviously be required for them to get the bye, but it is not required of them to win the conference to get into the playoffs. It is very possible for Clemson to go 12-0 and then say lose to a Miami or a Louisville or a Georgia Tech or whoever in the ACC title game and still go to the college football playoffs as a 12-1 football team who participated in, if not won or did not win, their conference championship game in Charlotte, North Carolina. But the fact that the odds have gotten longer across the board tells me that my theory on the Atlantic Coast Conference, there's at least some folks in Las Vegas who believe I am correct. There are at least some people setting lines in Las Vegas who have looked, and I think because of the fact that the number did not just get longer to win the college football playoff national championship, but the line got longer to win the ACC. The line got longer to make the playoffs. The line got shorter to miss the college football playoffs. And the win total for Clemson, even though, again, it is juiced to the over, it is juiced to Clemson being 10-2. 3 weeks ago, that was at 10.5. It is now at some books 9.5. All of these things added up together tell me one thing. That somebody in Vegas or somebody's in Las Vegas believe that Rob Brown's got a point. That Rob Brown's theory that he has been espousing on this radio program for a few weeks now may actually have a little weight to it. It may be that Rob is not fanboying, something he has no reason to do, that Rob is not out here defending the good honor of the Clemson Tigers, which I have no reason to do, that Rob is not out here trying to pull a Jerry Jones and make conflict for the sake of making conflict, which I have no reason to do. They are looking at this and saying there is something happening in the ACC right now, and that something is going to make it more difficult for the Clemson Tigers to win that conference, is going to make it more difficult for Clemson to get to 11 wins. That's all the win totals at 9.5. Is going to make it more difficult for Clemson to claim the conference championship. That's why that line went from minus 110, 115 down to even money. For Clemson to make the college football playoffs, that's why that number went from minus 240 around there to minus 200. And to win a national championship, which is why that number went from plus 825 to plus 900. For those of you that have been saying, Rob, you're just fangirling out a little bit here, I would like to point out to you, the Las Vegas numbers, they don't have a bias. Quite the opposite. They work real hard not to. And they all agree with me. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
All right, my whole screen is freaking out now. It's weird.
You're freaking out, man.
It's little black triangles and stuff. You see it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Minimize it. No.
I did that.
Keeps doing it?
Yeah.
I got nothing. Be right back, guys. Got to figure out Alonzo's technical stuff. Don't go nowhere.
I mean, it's not affecting the stream, but it's just weird.
Yeah.
I wonder if the monitor.
Okay, now stay right there. Talking some college football here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. 1 hour from now, John Blau of the Post and Courier will join us. We'll check in on the Clemson football team. A little bit of bad news this weekend as converted basketball player turned tight end Ian Shefflin was arrested on suspicion of DUI. I had a conversation with a law enforcement officer friend of mine and said, what does an arrest for suspicion of DUI mean as opposed to a DUI? And he said, likely what that means.
Didn't take a test?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Likely what that means is that he did not consent to any sort of field sobriety test. And likely what that means is he declined and refused field sobriety test, which means they would have booked him, taken him, and probably run a toxicology test on him, a blood test, etc. And the results of that would come back in a week or two, and then a decision would be made on whether or not to press charges, to send him in front of a judge, yada, yada, yada. It's the big dumper.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, why is he signing a toilet seat?
Because he's the big dumper.
Okay, all right.
So we'll see what comes, if anything, of that in the next couple of weeks. Dabo Swinney obviously described it as disappointing and then gave, as is the way in a situation like this, we will let the full investigation play out and get results before we make any sort of determination of discipline, removal from the team, suspension, etc., etc., etc. So a little bit of disappointment. We'll find out what the latest, if anything, is on that story with John Blau in 1 hour. Now, one thing that I would like to do is take a look at the over-under win totals for all of the college football teams that are being considered contenders, Mick. So I have started on the social media, and this will pick up later on this afternoon. I have started our Big Three Questions series. I guess it's a series. Effectively, I am looking across the top 20-ish or so college football teams entering the 2025 season based on their expectations and asking what are the big three questions that each team must answer if they wish to be a contender for a playoff spot, for a national championship, etc. at the end of the year. So far, I have put out the top three teams. I have put out Texas, I have put out Penn State, and I have put out Ohio State. Coming up later on today, I will do teams 4, 5, and 6. And that, of course, includes the Clemson Tigers. You will get Clemson's Big Three questions later on today, along with Georgia and Notre Dame. But I want to look at the win totals of those teams and others and see if there's anything that we can glean, as I think I showed in the last segment, that we can regarding the betting odds preseason for the aforementioned Clemson Tigers. We'll start with Texas. Texas's win total odds over under 9.5. And the juice, much like Clemson, is to the over at minus 194. Now, if you are a believer that the Ohio State Buckeyes at the crib will get a victory over Arch Manning and his Longhorns of Texas, and you are also, Lord, a gambling man, then I'd say go ahead and bet the under now. It is at plus 156, meaning that if you bet $100 and Texas was to win 9 games or fewer, you would get $156 in return. I say bet the under because there are some questions. We've already asked the question 100,000 times about Arch Manning. There are questions about the wide receiver core They have to replace NFL talent on the outside. We have asked questions about the offensive line. Their stalwart, their anchor, Kelvin Banks Jr., is now a New Orleans Saint in the National Football League. There are some questions. By the way, their starting left tackle this year, great one, 6'7", 314.
So it's
That's a large man.
well, I doubt he's that thick though. At 6'7"?
6'7", 314. There are some boys
Yeah.
across the SEC that are checking in at like 330, 335.
I'm guessing he's fairly svelte because of his height and the weight and I don't.
We'll see. We'll see. Then you got to take into consideration that the Longhorns have to take on not only the Buckeyes on the road, but they got to go to Darrell K. Royal. They got to go to Athens, Georgia. And while this may be, as some Texas apologists are arguing, the single most talented team that Steve Sarkisian has assembled under the burnt orange Longhorn moniker. I got monitors on the brain.
Yeah, you should. And you shouldn't do that thing you did.
It's hate
'Cause-
speech, I know.
Yeah, I know. I just got to.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Scrub me, cancel me from the internet.
I think I did it too, but my screen's fluctuating, so I'm not quite
who the
sure.
hell knows? We're making it up as we go. I'm stuck on this one because the questions that I asked in our Big Three question series against or about Texas were, number one, is Arch Manning the real deal? Number two, is Steve Sarkisian capable of not brain farting it away in the biggest of games? And number three, can they replace that much NFL talent? Eight, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 starters are gone. Many, if not most of them, to the league. Others graduated out, but an offense that averaged 33 points per game last year does have to replace 8 guys. That's a lot of guys. So I don't know. That being said, I look at the Texas Longhorns schedule for the year 2025. And I look at, as we mentioned, that Ohio State game out of the gate. I look at the fact that they've got to go to Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. And I'm in on the DJ Lagway hype train. Is that enough? We look at Oklahoma. Josh Pate said John Mateer, the starting quarterback for the Boomer Sooners.
There's another DJ, so I could,
To sweat. DJ Lagway, I'm in on the hype train. John Mateer is Josh Pate's pick to win the Heisman Trophy this year. If that is correct, Oklahoma are going to be some dogs in the Red River rivalry. They got to take on Georgia on the road. They got the cult of Texas A&M coming to the crib to wrap up the season. You're telling me that between Ohio State, Florida on the road, Oklahoma in a neutral site in Dallas, Georgia on the road, and A&M at the crib, there's not potentially 3 losses in there for the Horns? I think that there might be. I think that there are.
So you're saying Georgia's going to win the SEC?
I've already picked Georgia to win the SEC.
Okay.
So yes.
All right.
So yes.
Texas doing that, they wouldn't even be number 2, would they?
Probably not, to be honest. That would be a spot where
Hot take, South Carolina number 2.
Yeah, probably a little high.
Okay.
Probably a little high.
We're still doing that, right?
We are. What's your hot take prediction? Not just hot take, your projection, prediction, prognostication for the season.
Zach on the stream probably would agree with me then.
Zach said Gamecocks 11-1. Whew, that's a big ass. That's a tough 7-week schedule. We've talked about it. We will again.
He said ask is A-S-K.
I tried to. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it does. The Buckeyes of Ohio State, their win total, 10.5 with a plus 104 to the over, a minus 128 to the under. Lonzo, that says that Las Vegas believes the Buckeyes are a 10-2 football team before we snap the football.
So what they're saying is they're going to lose to Penn State. Since they're already picking Penn State, though, I mean, everyone's picking Penn State to win the Big Ten. And I guess Michigan again. By the way,
I would say Texas.
Why are we not talking about Michigan? Are you just you're not going to talk about all this
we're going
stuff?
to talk about it.
Okay, because I think that's very important and it needs to be out there, how they were able to skate.
No, we are absolutely
Okay.
gonna talk
All
about
right.
it.
All right.
Because
I am obligated to be angry about
of
that.
course.
Yes.
Because I would be willing to bet that if you would have told Jim Harbaugh and Connor Stallions what the punishment was ultimately going to be before it got handed out, that's a trade they would have made. They'd have said, oh, okay,
Yeah.
5-year show cause. I can't work for 5 years, but I want us a natty. Yeah, I'm good with that.
So the 2 losses, who do you think that they think they're going to lose to? Did
Texas and probably Penn State, but I think they put Michigan as the question mark because, as you have pointed out many times, sometimes bad teams beat good teams in that rivalry.
Well, Ohio State can't seem to beat Michigan lately.
There's also that.
Didn't really matter last year, but it did. That national championship, that theory that we were wondering if you lost to Michigan and won a national championship, would you keep your job? Theory proven out.
Yeah. I think the Vegas thought here is you got Texas, you got Penn State. And by the way, that doesn't include teams like on the road at number 12 at Illinois, on the road at Camp Randall to take on Wisconsin, your second in back-to-back, and BT Dubs on the road at Camp Randall to take on Wisconsin the week before you play Penn State and take on the Nittany Lions in Ohio Stadium in Columbus. So the Buckeyes over-under is set at 10.5 and with a -128 juice to the under, meaning Vegas thinks that it is statistically more probable that the Buckeyes lose 2 than it is that they lose 1.
So you're
sorry. Lose 3 than to lose 2.
So you're going through these odds. Would you put money on that they're going to lose to?
The bet is that they're going to lose 3. Because at 10.5, the bet is that they go 10-2 or do they go 9-3. And I'll tell you, you yourself have asked the question, and fairly so, accurately so. Biggest question.
Who the quarterback?
That one. Now, the question is, or the answer is Julian Sayin. He is your quarterback.
I thought that they were going to announce that, or I saw on the internet, so it's got to be true that they were going to announce it over the weekend, but I never saw them do that. So.
I did not either, but it's going to be Julian Sayin. And I have already made the point that if Julian Sayin was enough for Nick Saban to pick him as QB1 at Bama, which he did, that he's probably good enough to be the quarterback for Ryan Day at Ohio State. The question mark is he going to be good enough the way that J.J. McCarthy was good enough at Michigan, where you just run, and then occasionally go with the old bleep it, Jeremiah's down there somewhere offense, or
which is not
he a dog?
That's not a bad thing. And Julian Satan's got some playing time, so it's not like he hasn't been in there. He's
got 12 passing attempts in his career in
there
college.
You go. That's some playing. I said some.
Something to lean on.
I guess that would be some, wouldn't it?
He was the top ranked recruit in 2024 by Nick Saban. We'll see if it translates. That being said, I got to tell you, like I probably lean betting the under and laying the juice of -128 on this, because the Texas game to me is 2 teams that are very similar to each other. But I do think, honestly, Texas, outside of the quarterback position, Texas has got more talent than Ohio State. It's very well going to come down to, is Arch the real deal? Is Julian Sayin the real deal? And if the answer to both is yes or both is no, I like Texas.
Well, that sign behind your back would, I don't know if that would come into play here, but if Arch Manning is not who they are hyping him to be, he can cost them the game. Pick sixes, fumbles, being unable to move that, really good team down the field, that can still cost you the game.
Without a doubt. One player cannot win or lose you the game, but they can definitely help. And that's what the question is about Arch.
Well, one play can win or lose you.
There's also that.
So
the Oregon Ducks win-loss number is set at 10.5 with a +120 to the over and a -148 to the under.
So they have the same odds as Ohio State.
Ballparking it, yeah. Right around the same odds as the Buckeyes of Ohio State.
Who's their quarterback?
Dante Moore.
Okay.
Dante Moore is my dark horse to win the Heisman this year. Again, much like Julian Sayin, very, very much an unanswered question at quarterback. However, I also think that more so than Steve Sarkisian, more so than Ryan Day, I trust Dan Lanning to know what he needs to do to get the most out of Dante Moore. I really do. Then you set up the fact that their schedule basically breaks down in this way. They got Oregon State, Penn State, Indiana. That is a home game against their rivals, followed by a road trip across the country to take on Penn State, followed by a road trip back to Oregon to take on Indiana. But they do not have any game other than Penn State inside the top 10. Give me the over on the Oregon Ducks, 10.5 at plus 104. Excuse me, plus 120. And then let's knock out Notre Dame very quickly. Notre Dame's win-loss total, 10.5 with a plus 136 to the over, a minus 168 to the under, meaning Vegas is pretty confident that the Notre Dame Fighting Irish are a 9-3 football team this year.
How many teams are at 10.5? I mean, it sounds like
most of your championship contenders are going to be set at either a 9.5 or a 10.5.
Okay.
Georgia is set at a 9.5. Clemson is set at a 9.5. Penn State is set at a 10.5. LSU is set at an 8.5. So like there's the occasional exception. Most of your championship contenders are going to be set at a 9.5 or a 10.5. This is also going a long way to echo the point I've made for a while, which is I think the days of an undefeated national champion are long gone. I think you may rarely see one, but it's going to be rare.
But Dabo said that, that this could be that,
He said they could be.
Yeah. So there's that.
They could be. We'll see. All right. We'll do more of this coming up in the next hour. We got your audio blitz because I got some good ones. Then we'll talk about the Michigan penalty or lack thereof. Then John Blau talks Clemson athletics at 8:40. Cody Decker talks MLB at 9 o'clock. And the back two segments are on you. All of that after Lonzo. I'm betting a plus 150 that he nails this sports flash.
He said back two segments. The Carolina Panthers lost to the Houston Texans Saturday, but we're going to talk about it because it bothers Rob. 20-3. Bryce Young got sacked, missed receivers, and threw an interception that was called back due to defensive penalty.
You sound happy about that.
He was replaced by Jack Palmer, who went 10 for 14 for 83 yards, 2 INTs, and the Panthers take on Pittsburgh this Thursday in the final preseason. Panic, worry, you should. The Atlanta Braves won their 5th consecutive game and finished off the sweep of the Guardians with a 5-4 win yesterday. Eric Fedee got the start, but the win went to Aaron Bummer, who worked 2 innings with just 1 hit allowed. The Braves collected 10 hots, including including Jurickson Profar, 7th homer of the year. Let's read what's in front of me. Alabama tailback.
No, you don't.
Jam Miller, the Tide's leading rusher from last year, will miss the season. That's not really funny. Sorry about that. Thanks for trying. I mean, it's not your. I get it. It's just weird.
The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great one, Lonzo, and you. I got your audio blitz coming up here in this very segment. In the next segment of the show, I am going to talk you Carolina Panther fans off the ledge because I saw many of you
Burn it down!
sound exactly like that Saturday evening. After 6 plays, you've decided 6 plays. That was enough to determine that you're going to stink this year. I'm going to talk you off the ledge, specifically about one play. Stick with me. I got that coming up for you in the next segment. At 8:40 this morning, John Blau of the Post and Courier will swing by. We'll check in on the Clemson football team as we are now well inside of 2 weeks away from Clemson v. LSU in Death Valley North. We get that coming up for you at 8:40. Then at 9:00 a.m., Cody Decker, my co-host on Saturdays, Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, is going to swing by. Deck and I have some news we're going to talk about at 9 o'clock. Plus, we'll get into a little bit of baseball because while, yes, it is indeed college football week here on the show and all across these great United States of America, baseball is still happening. And we got some baseball stuff we're going to run through with former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker at 9 o'clock this morning. Then at 9:20, we'll talk about that man right there, actually, John Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines and their punishment or lack thereof when it comes to the punishments handed down by the NCAA regarding the cheating scandal that took place with Connor Stallions as its centerpiece a few days ago. We got that coming up for you at 9:20, and then the final segment of the show, whatever y'all want to get to. But 'tis indeed time for the audio blitz, the best audio that we have picked up over the past since we've done the last one, which was last Wednesday, as a matter of fact.
I don't think you did one Wednesday.
Last Tuesday,
okay.
As a matter of
Tuesday
fact.
sounds about right. So
Sure, why not?
nearly a week ago.
We got plenty to get to, right? Let me start, ladies and gentlemen, with Asia Wilson, former Gamecock of the University of South Carolina, and a young lady who is well on her way, in my ever so humble yet frequently correct ball-knowing opinion, to winning another WNBA MVP. We thought it'd be Caitlin Clark. She's missed a lot of the season with injury. We thought it might be one of any 3, 4, 5 players around the league. But Asia Wilson has stood out. Her 8th 30-point game. She's the WNBA's all-time leader in 30-point games. She is very good at basketball. You know what else she's very good at? Post-game press conferences.
I told myself after All-Star break to just let the game come to me. Like it's going to be what it's going to be. And if I try to harp it and force it because I want this win so bad for my team, it's like forcing a fart. All you get is. So like I've just really like learned to be patient with myself, but also my teammates. And so I think that game kind of showed it.
That's going to go viral.
Yep, that is exactly correct. It is going to go viral.
Reading something, and I could have swore I heard her say forcing something.
Yep.
Okay.
Asia Wilson said the biggest lesson she has learned in 2025 is not to force the game, to let the game come to her, because forcing the game is kind of like forcing a fart. All you do is end up with. And I have to tell you, Asia Wilson's kind of a bro. I kind of love her.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just got to let it come to you. Sometimes if you try to force it, you got to change your pants.
Listen, I get it. And we've all been there. And if you haven't,
good for you.
You are blessed.
Yep.
But yeah, I've never heard it expressed like that before.
Some of us have been in the men's section at Target and thought to themselves, perhaps, maybe, I'm good here. Let me just, there's no one around me. I got the whole men's department to myself. Let me just try to squeeze this one on up out of here. And then gone, well, I'm glad I'm in the men's department because I suddenly need a new pair of underpants.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
The point is, I got you, Asia Wilson. You absolute bro. I mean, come on. We always look for ways that coaches and players can talk in a universal language to the fans out there and speak to them on their level and their language. Asia Wilson speaking directly to the Armada with that quote. Because we all get it. We all get it. Hey, speaking of people saying unsavory things, Naked Gun, the Liam Neeson version, I think is it out yet?
It's been out for a couple
I
weeks.
thought so.
I missed the window. If I don't see something in the first week, I usually don't go see it. I've heard it's pretty good though.
Yeah, I've been busy and I've been really wanting to go see it. I genuinely will see it because while I do not think it is going to be the old Naked Gun style of comedy.
Which I didn't see any of those in the theater either, and maybe it's because I'm embarrassed because of my laugh, and I'd rather, if I'm going to laugh uproariously, I'd probably prefer to do it in my living room.
The Naked Gun series is just comedy at its finest. It might be genuinely inside the top, I'll say 10 funniest movies ever made, the OG Naked Gun. Liam Neeson is on his press tour right now, spreading the good word of the Naked Gun. And he was on a radio station in the UK called Global Connect. And I'll just let Liam Neeson speak for himself.
Liam, because your character in this is quite serious, but the film's quite slapstick, how do you stop yourself from just bursting out laughing? Like, do you have a way of doing that?
I think of my dead mother.
Oh.
Don't look what he's done.
What? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't think I should have laughed. Sorry, Liam.
It's not funny.
Sorry, it's not funny. Sorry.
Try to be serious.
Sorry. Wow.
The incredible deadpan is unbelievable. You can't.
I think you're like a dry sense of humor. I think Liam Neeson might have the driest sense of humor. I think so. I love it.
Sounded completely serious to me.
It's very serious. Why are you like, if I had Liam Neeson's voice, I'd be a billionaire by now. Right? Like that, what a delivery. And I think that's going to be the thing that makes it great is even though he is not personally a huge fan of the movie, like we all see Liam Neeson in Taken, and yet he's going to be doing Naked Gun comedy. Yes, please.
I've never seen Taken, but I've
That's so good.
I've heard the thing. So,
I have a very particular set of skills.
And the fact that, there was a part 2, which means someone else got taken, and a part 3, which means somebody else got taken. I mean, it just, it's a weird.
I mean, I didn't say he was a great father. I said he kicked a bunch of ass.
Okay.
That's what I'm signing up for. You know what he is? He's like old Jason Statham. Quick, name me any character of Jason Statham's.
Farmer.
It's more than most people would know. Let's be real. You see Jason Statham and you go, that's Jason Statham. Somebody, a shark or a butler or a knight is getting kicked in the face. That's
Shaw.
what I know. Yeah,
I
they
don't
had
remember
to
his first
name
name.
the movie with his character's name so that we'd all stop saying, oh, it's Jason and Dwayne.
Not only did I name 2, I also named the worst movie of all time that he was in that I knew you knew. So there's that.
Never saw it.
You never saw the what?
Never saw it.
No, I'm talking about Farmer when he was Farmer.
No, I didn't see that one either.
You did too.
No,
because you've talked about it, about how bad it was.
Wait, are you talking about? Is that the name in Dungeon Siege? Knights or whatever it's called? Yeah, that movie sucked.
Yeah,
it was so bad it wasn't even good enough to be like a cult hilarious comedy. Hey, here's another one.
I do wonder if Burt Reynolds' wig was like sewn into the crown. I mean, because, you mean
that movie where they're like, we have Burt Reynolds, and then he dies 3 minutes into a scene? That one? Yeah. Fantastic job, guys. Fantastic job. Hey, Jason Kelce remains the superior Kelce brother.
I knew you were serious when I was like, Jason, do you want to go meet?
And he was like, what do I do with my beer?
Yeah, I watched him have this moment with his beer where he's just like, but I want to take it. But I know that I probably should not take it.
That's right.
I watched this happen, and it was kind of the most amazing.
What do I do when I meet?
I like that you picked up on it because that was exactly what was going to my head.
If I don't have my beer, what do I do with this hand now?
Is it like disrespectful to have a beer when you need royalty?
Or am I just like being authentic by having the beer? I would normally have the beer. Wouldn't they want me to be myself? I'm watching you say that in your head.
Yep.
And it was fantastic. I don't know. I'll always remember that. I was just like, I'll always remember meeting you for the first time, Jason.
I love how observant Taylor Swift is.
So Taylor Swift sat in on the New Heights podcast last week, and obviously it took over the world.
Did you watch it?
I've watched chunks of it. I haven't Courtney and I listened to it a little bit of it on the way back. We didn't finish it.
I watched the majority of it when it was happening. just because I wanted to be part of history, and I was.
The most downloaded and listened to podcast in the history of podcasts, and I got to tell you, it's probably going to stay that way for a long time.
And
now,
it's not like I don't listen to that podcast every week already. So, I mean,
I would like to take advantage of this to do two things. Number one, point out that Jason Kelce is the superior Kelce brother, and number two, and this part I stand by.
Do you mean superior in what way? Athletically? Or
I mean, in every sense of the word, Jason's the cooler brother.
I mean, he's got a better beard.
And I love Travis, but Jason's the cooler brother. If I was going to be one, it'd be Jason. Now, there's a couple other things I took away. The second part about this was this. I told you a couple of times I got kicked in the nads last week. I'm not going to reveal why. Stop asking. I'm just going to say I got kicked in the nads last week. And I came to a realization that may or may not be shining through on the radio show so far. This morning we'll find out that I am going to, I have renewed my efforts to just be me. To just be me. I find fart jokes funny.
That happened some last week, and it was refreshing. It was back to how it was, and it was like, oh man, I hope this lasts. If it doesn't, it'll be because I'll say something to screw it all up. But it was fun, and I like having fun.
So do I.
I hope so.
One of the things that happened after the kick in the nads last week was that I went, you know what? Hey, we're gonna renew the Asia Wilson clip I played earlier. Back in the good old days, last week, I'd have run it by Lonzo and been like, hey, can I play this? But I was like, nah, I find it hilarious. And if you don't, that's on you. It's a great fart joke from Asia Wilson. I'm playing it.
So what you're saying is now you don't care if I get fired.
No.
Is that what I'm gathering from this?
I'll take the responsibility. If you get heat for allowing a fart joke over the radio, I'll take the sophomore key.
That's not how that works, but that's fine though. I appreciate and I believe your sincerity. I've always thought that you would stick up for me and say, hey, I did it. Even though you knew it wouldn't matter if I'm going to get fired over, I'm still going to get fired. But
still would. And I am also going to say, I don't want to work for a place that doesn't appreciate a good fart joke. All right? I just don't. I don't want to do a show on a station that goes, no fart jokes, Rob.
I don't think it's about the station. I think it's about the FCC. But,
I don't think fart is illegal. It's
you
not on George
absolutely
Carlin's
know
symbol.
how much I hate that word. So you're just saying it as many times as you can.
Yeah, but I'm also proving the point because I'm going to go ahead and bet $1,000 we're not getting a call from the FCC.
Well, here's the other thing. That word, if it was a banned word, I would have hit the dump button.
But
if
it's
you
not.
Continued to say it, then we would have to have a talk.
Fart.
I don't know what would happen, but
fart. So, with that being said, I appreciate that clip from Jason Kelce because he, in that moment, had what I thought was a bit of an existential crisis of, okay, I'm about to meet Taylor Swift. She's the most popular person on the face of the planet. I'm currently holding a beer. Do I put the beer down to shake hands with the Queen of America, or do I just be me and carry the brewski around? And ultimately decided I'm hanging on to the beer because that's who the hell I am. And I respect that out of Jason Kelce.
Speaking of respect, I have a newfound respect for Taylor Swift. I didn't know what to expect from her appearance on the podcast, but I kind of guessed that she would have the same kind of humor as those guys do because she's still with Travis Kelce. If you're not into that kind of humor, you can't stay with someone that long.
Yeah, even at this point, I am putting it's a publicist-driven relationship to bed. No, they're in it. They're in it.
Not only are they in it, she's hilarious.
Now,
and I was not expecting that. All the crystals and the numerology and all that kind of stuff, you can put that aside. But the humor and when she called him a human exclamation point, that was great. Because that's what he is.
I would like to...
Don't you want to be a human exclamation point?
I've been told I am. Now, ladies of the Armada, specifically you single ladies out there, I'd like to speak to you for just a minute because, you guys have made Taylor Swift...
Tune in right now. You can see Rob doing the single lady dance.
You ladies have, for a very long time, made Taylor Swift singing about her failed relationships and her continued optimism for good ones the most famous musician on the face of the planet, maybe in all of human history. And I get it. I love it. I'm a Tay-Tay fan, too. I'm a Swiftie. Judge me. Have at it, boys. Let's go. Now, you have for years made her popular as she has sung about relationships failed and optimism in finding one that isn't. And you have all celebrated her finding Travis Kelce, and you have all celebrated their relationship together. I think that's awesome. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. And I'm pulling for them if we are being honest with each other. However, ladies, there is one more thing that you need to take away from the podcast of Taylor Swift sitting in on New Heights with Jason and Travis, and it is this. While Travis has apparently, according to Taylor, done all of the things needed to do to prove to her that, hey, love is real. And it's out there for everybody. There's more to that.
Including sourdough, which I don't,
Big fan. There's more to that because what you will also pick up, single ladies of the Armada, and I know there's at least a few of you, and fellas, you can learn from this too. What you will notice is that the love story, baby, just say yes, is not one-sided. Because while Travis has been apparently frat broing, sure, but doing and saying all of the things he needs to say and do to keep Taylor Swift smitten with him, you will notice something else, ladies. You will notice that Taylor Swift successfully diagnosed a cover 0, a cover 4, a tight end wheel route, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. See, one of the things that so many of you, and I'm not just talking to you single ladies, I'm talking to all you single guys as well. One of the things that we all love to do is we love to look and say, oh, this person needs to do this and this and this in order for me to be happy. And that's all well and good, but you better be putting in the damn effort too. Taylor Swift, a young lady who said that not terribly long ago, she genuinely thought that one of the ways football was played was by having the two quarterbacks go out there and I guess fight each other. That's how she thought football worked. It was like quarterback versus quarterback, tackle versus tackle, whatever. I don't know how that works out. That's what she thought. And now, after spending a couple of years with the inferior Kelsey brother, Taylor Swift is on that podcast successfully and accurately diagnosing the correct way to determine, is that team in a cover 2? Is it a disguised Tampa 2? Is it a cover 3? Is it a nickel drop safety disguise? She is breaking down football. The point here.
I don't know if she went into those depths of detail, but she did.
She did enough to prove she's got the gist of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the point that I'm making here is this. If you would like to find your Taylor Swift, if you would like to find your Travis Kelce, it's not that tough to do. All you got to do is put the effort to learn their thing in as well. Travis can all day go out there and play the Prince Charming that Taylor has been singing songs about for years and years and years and years and years to multi-platinum records. But you know what Taylor did? She learned to speak Travis's language too. She learned to speak football. She learned to talk to him about cover 2. And that worked. And it worked. And I got to tell you, I am here, as the kids would say, to ship Taylor and Travis. You youngsters, I'm pulling for you. You whippersnappers, I hope it's forever. Long life and happiness to you both. All right, when we come back, let's all make fun of the Michigan Wolverines together, shall we? We shall. That's next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Oh, I got it backwards. I was going to do Carolina here. That's all right. I'll do it. All right, dudes and dudettes, stay right there. We shall return ever so briefly. Don't go nowhere. The Rob Brown Show back on the radio. It's the fan upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. Michigan got handed down its penalties, or lack thereof, if you wish. We found out some of the consequences of the Connor Stalions cheating scandal. Michigan received a series of fines that could eclipse north of $30 million, but also avoided punitive penalties such as a postseason ban or vacating of victories up to and including the 2023 National Championship. Those punishments doled out by the NCAA Division I Committee on Infractions. The NCAA also imposed an additional game suspension for head coach Sharon Moore, which will be served for the first game of the 2026 season. Moore is expected to serve now a 2-game suspension in the upcoming season, which ESPN reported in May. The university proposed to self-impose. This is effectively a nod of approval. He also received a 2-year show cause penalty. The 2025 games he will miss: the Wolverines' 3rd and 4th of the season, a home contest against Central Michigan, and a roadie against Nebraska. The 2026 opener expected to be against Western Michigan in Frankfurt, Germany, because reasons. The NCAA committee also levied an 8-year show cause penalty for former Michigan staffer Connor Stalions and a 10-year show cause for former coach Jim Harbaugh that effectively makes them unhireable for that length of time. Of course, for Jim Harbaugh, this is largely an irrelevant penalty because the belief is old Jimbo ain't coming back to college football. He is obviously, for now, locked in with the Los Angeles Chargers of the National Football League. Connor Stalions, on the other hand, he won them a natty. He got his way. Michigan issued a statement saying it will appeal the NCAA ruling, said, quote, "We appreciate the work of the Committee on Infractions, but respectfully, in a number of instances, the decision makes fundamental errors in interpreting NCAA bylaws, and it includes a number of conclusions that are directly contrary to the evidence or lack of evidence in the record. We will appeal the decision to ensure a fair result," end quote. The size of the fines is expected to be considerable, although an exact amount will not be immediately available. The fines include a $50,000 initial levy, 10% of the football budget, 10% of the cost of football scholarships for the 2025 season, and the loss of all postseason competition revenue sharing for 2025 and 26. If Michigan was to make it to / win a natty, that's how that number would get up north of $30 million. The expectation based on current projections is that it would likely be somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million. So here is what we know. What we know is that Connor Stalions went to some games, at least one of them legitimately in a cartoon bad guy fake mustache disguise, stole signals straight from them, brought them back to the university. Jim didn't know about it. I'm air quoting so hard I feel like I'm going to sprain a knuckle. Didn't know about it. Here's my question for you. I read this over the weekend, and I was like, do you know who is throwing back a big old bottle of his favorite beverage this weekend? Connor bleeping Stalions. See, because Connor Stalions, just based on being Connor Stalions, aside from having an absolutely fantastic porn name, Connor Stalions wasn't getting hired back at Michigan anyway. And Connor Stalions probably not going to go work for any other school, what with the whole being one of those kinds of fans. You know the kind, the rabid kind, the kind that's too much. You know who I'm talking about there. We all know that guy. Connor wasn't going back anyway.
Kind of guy that, puts the team name in front of his own name.
Kind of.
I'll give an example like Clemson Joe.
Allegedly. Not that we know that.
Bob or anyone like that.
Yeah. Not that we know anybody like that. Connor Stallions wasn't going back to the University of Michigan anyway, so I would be willing to bet.
He's not going anywhere because it was 10 years, right?
Yeah.
So he's
not going anywhere because I don't think he's the type of dude that's going to be like, yeah, you know what? I'll go work for Iowa, right? Like he's done. He's done. He got what he wanted.
He could be back in Michigan if he gets better at the disguises, goes to a school or something and,
And here we go down to the sideline, Jim. Michigan introducing a new coach. Kind of came out of the blue. His name is Kyle Wildhorse. We don't know who that guy is. Kyle Wildhorse down here on the sideline.
It's a cool name, though. So,
Connor Stallions was never going anywhere else. So basically what just happened here was Michigan egregiously cheated. I mean, egregiously. Like, here's the part that I want to make abundantly clear.
I don't remember. Did Connor Stallions get a ring?
I don't know if Connor Stallions got a ring. I don't think Connor Stallions cares if he got a ring. I think Connor Stallions very simply cared that he got Michigan back on top of the game. And mission accomplished. He definitely did that. They won the Natty. And it could be argued that they won the Natty directly because of Connor Stallions, depending on how impactful you think Connor Stallions, quote, advanced scouting, end quote, actually is. Before any of you...
According to the internet, he did not get a championship ring. That's kind of messed up.
No, I'm sure he
won him the championship. Why does he not get a ring?
I'm sure that Michigan, as soon as all of this started, purged everything regarding Connor Stallions from their record books and contact information. So, before I get any hot take artist firing up your text going, Rob, every team steals signs. I agree with you. However, do you understand the difference between watching the coach on an opposing sideline and going to a game, lying about who you are, showing up in a Dick Dastardly surprise costume mustache on the sideline?
This is a big-time throwback reference there.
Thank you very much. Do you understand the difference in stealing signs by watching the coaches and picking them up versus going to games and, like, legit just standing on the sideline listening and watching? Like that. There is advanced scouting of, hey, guys, got last week's Iowa State game film in. Let's all meet in the film room in 10 and go see what the Cyclones are going to break out. And maybe even having one guy who watches that game film and he keeps an eye on the OC on the sideline or the O-lineman coach or whatever. And he watches them as they do their indicators and their signals every play and goes to the coach and goes, hey, coach, I think I figured it out. Anytime that he touches his head, shoulders, knees and toes, it means that they're running a this or a that. They're running a stunt. They're running a this. If the coach goes out there and he grabs his butt cheeks, that means that it's going to be an end-around flex run or whatever, right? That's one thing. Is another thing to egregiously lie, to go full like Tom Cruise Mission Impossible with the face disguise down on the sideline. I have to imagine that when this punishment got handed out by the NCAA Division I Committee on Infractions or whatever, and they said, all right, here's the deal. Michigan will not vacate any victories. They will not vacate the national championship game. They will not vacate any records. They're going to get fined $20 to $30 million, and they're going to have to give up some postseason money down the line. I'm willing to bet that Connor Stallions probably popped the cork on a big fat bottle of expensive champagne and said, we are the champions, my friends. I don't know why Scott Stapp was doing it there, but you get the point. If you would have told Connor Stallions back in 2022-23 in the run-up to the Natty and all of the cheating stuff that took place when that was just the most fascinating college football story since the pandemic. That, hey, man, you can do this, you can cheat, and what's going to happen is you become unhireable in the college football landscape, and Michigan's going to be fined $20 million. I'm relatively sure Connor Stallions would have gone, $20 million? That's like 2 rich boosters. We're fine. You mean I can't get hired when I don't want to work anywhere but the University of Michigan? Yeah, I'm good with that too. Connor Stallions is a happy, happy boy. He got him the Natty. He goes down as this pop culture phenomenon, and Michigan doesn't have to give up their rings, trophies, and banners. Pretty good day to be Connor Stallions. What a joke. What a joke. John Blau of the Post and Courier talks Clemson football next. Cody Decker at 9 o'clock. The rest of the show is your show here on The Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, getting John lined up. Y'all stay right there. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob, the Great Malonzo, and you. It is Monday, my dudes and dudettes. And on Monday at 8:40 a.m., we turn to the phone lines and welcome in a young man who covers the Clemson athletic department for the Post and Courier. Joining us now on the show, John Blau is here. John, my guy, before we say anything else, happy football week, buddy. I don't know how week 0 looks for you. You don't really have to dive into one specific game, but our long national nightmare is over. It's time to play a little football, even if it is Big 12 football out of the gate.
Yeah, I'm still looking ahead to Clemson LSU. I don't know how much I'll watch of this weekend's games, but I do know that obviously, like you said, a lot of people appreciate the fact that there is football being played, that you actually have something to pay attention to on a Saturday afternoon, and it's a glorious thing, as you said.
I will take Big 12 bad football over no football. Actually, it might be a pretty good game. 2 top 25 teams. We'll come to that later on. But let's talk a little Clemson football. And while I do not like to start with negative right out of the gate, John Blau, obviously, a lot of people have been very tuned into and following very closely the effort from Ian Schifflin to transition from basketball over to football, playing tight end with the Hops. You'd like to think he might have been a red zone impact. We'll see. Now I guess we'll see what happens next, as he was arrested for suspicion of DUI. A law enforcement friend of mine, John, said likely what that means is that he refused to do any sort of field sobriety test and would have to be taken to jail and do a toxicology test of some sort. I don't know what details we have. I don't even really like talking about it, but obviously it's kind of a big deal. Do you have any updates? Do you have any news and information that Clemson fans following this story might be interested in?
Yeah, I'm under the same impression as you are, that obviously, again, you're arrested for suspicion of DUI. They obviously have to confirm whether you were driving under the influence, and that can involve, if you refuse a breathalyzer or other things, or field sobriety tests, that you have to take a chemical test, a blood test. But again, we don't have specific details. There isn't a police report that we've seen yet. There are not, charges posted online. Again, probably because they're waiting for whatever results. Clemson City Police, which was the agency involved, did post a statement late last night acknowledging that he was pulled over for a traffic violation at 1:47 a.m. the early morning Sunday, early morning hours on Sunday, and then released at 9:10 a.m. that day. So, we're just waiting to find out. Obviously, we know Dabo Swinney gave a comment. He's going to miss some competition time. I don't know if that means quarters games. Obviously, Ian Schifflin transitioning from basketball to football, the understanding was, he wasn't going to play a whole lot anyway, potentially, just because obviously it's a steep learning curve to get up to speed, and we don't think he's probably going to be the second or third tight end against LSU anyway. But obviously the bigger story is that, Clemson was hoping this would be a good story of, a basketball star, a fan favorite coming over to the football team. Dabo Swinney said, hoping he would be a national story in terms of his transition in the sport. Brad Brownell's talking about how he's been an ambassador for the school and continue to be that for a fifth year. This obviously isn't the type of headline you want from that player, especially on the one day off they had from fall camp before they're going to prepare for LSU. So obviously disappointing in that sense. But yeah, we're still waiting for additional details on what exactly his level of intoxication was, or how that case will play out there.
John Blau with the Post and Courier joins us here on the Rob Brown Show every Monday at 8:40 to talk Clemson athletics. TJ Parker has been in the news. We got the opportunity to speak to TJ at ACC Media Days. Just an impressive dude. We asked him, do you prefer night games, day games? I'm a big nighttime guy. I think the atmosphere, the environment's always better, John Blau. But he said day games because I wake up ready to hurt people. I wake up ready for violence, and the longer I got to wait, the more excruciating it is. I'm really interested in this dude, and I've said a couple of times, if Clemson's defensive front seven is going to be as good as we want it to be, yeah, it's about Peter Woods, et cetera, but I think TJ Parker may be a defensive key. Talk to me a little bit about why I'm seeing his name pop up in so many places and so many scouting reports as we inch closer to the LSU game.
Obviously had a huge year last year. I mean, he forced 6 fumbles last season, one of them being a really huge play in the ACC title game, obviously, to help swing momentum Clemson's way and get out to an early lead. You have 11 sacks, almost 20 TFLs in a season, you're going to be, highly regarded going into the next year. And, the hope is for Clemson is, last year you didn't have a defensive end opposite of him like a Will Helt, the transfer from Purdue. You didn't have a healthy Peter Woods throughout the season, who was also playing defensive end and kind of out of position. You didn't have a healthy DeMonte Capehart all year. So if you are able to keep some of those pieces together, and you have a Jaheim Lawson that also can rotate in with all those guys, you have a chance to get TJ Parker some more one-on-ones. And if he produced what he did last year with not a guy, again, like a Will Helt or a Jaheim Lawson up to the level he is this year, opposite of him, you're expecting some pretty good, if not even better production. And obviously the thing that people draw, parallels with also is that Tom Allen just coached Abdul Carter, who was, the number 2 or number 3, I'm forgetting, overall pick of the draft of the Giants. And now he has the TJ Parker to work with, who has a similar skill set in terms of just quickness off the edge, pretty, fundamentally technically sound in terms of his hand usage to get offensive linemen's, arms, hands off of them and get to the quarterback. So it'll be interesting to see how, again, the depth on the line, how that translates and helps TJ Parker, then also kind of the positions, maybe 2-point stance moving all around the line that Tom Allen's able to put him in to make more plays. And like you said, get up early and hurt people in football games.
John Blau with the Post and Courier joining us here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Was paying attention to a couple of things Dabo said in some pressers and some media availability last week, John Blau. And one guy who caught my name or caught my attention is getting his name shouted out by Dabo specifically was Amari Adams, the top signee in the 2025 class. Dabo pointed out that he thinks this guy can have an immediate impact, said that he looks at other freshmen like Sammy Watkins and CJ Spiller and Trevor Lawrence, guys that made an impact as a freshman, and said he can join that group. Have you gotten a chance to go eyes on Amari Adams for a team that has had a lot of folks saying if this team's a national championship team, it is going to be because of the front seven? If that is true, for a first-year guy to be mentioned by name as being an integral part of that is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, because there's a lot of depth potentially at defensive tackle. Again, you have Peter Woods, DeMonte Capehart back, both NFL prospects. Tylen Green, Vic Burley, a year older. They talked a lot as well about Vic Burley being much more mature and in a position to play this year. That the question is, how much does Amari Adams, the 5-star, who's 6'5", 320 pounds, how much does he get on the field early, like a Brian Brzee, Christian Wilkins, those types of players? And I did get eyes on him in camp. I mean, what's impressive about him is, again, he's 6'5", he's 320, but he can move. I mean, I saw him coming out of a shoot drill, and literally, I mean, that dude's coming out low, and he's firing out, and he's like, it covers 5-10 yards in a blink of an eye. I mean, the guy is very athletic for his size. That's what Dabo Swinney was saying. I mean, he's not normal. You compare him to some of those other freshmen that played early, just because he's just not normal in terms of his skill set, his athleticism, just the things he can do on a football field. He is more physically developed and ready than just a lot of freshmen are. And so, again, just considering the depth they have, I mean, if an Amari Adams is everything that Clemson thinks he is, that just makes that depth that much scarier. It really is a buffer against injury. I mean, football, they say it's one of the trenches. I mean, if you can stop the run, and obviously that's a huge point of emphasis for Clemson this year, considering what happened last year, you have a chance to win championships. So if Amari Adams can add to that, Clemson's defense is that much better this year.
If I asked you, John Blau, for one more player that maybe has not been touted as a superstar, maybe isn't yet a household name, but you think will be by the end of this year, that will be an impact player in 2025, regardless of what the ultimate conclusion of the season looks like, is there anybody that jumps off the page with you in that position right now?
Yeah, I mean, I would maybe say Adam Randall just because he's the most interesting in terms of the conversion, but there's been a lot of talk about him, and Dabo Swinney's been really high on him. I think the safety position is the most interesting, and I don't know, again, I'm kind of hedging my bets here again, but I think there's two guys that I think one or the other has a chance to be an impact player, and it's either Ronan Hannafin or Ricardo Jones. Ricardo, a guy who played a little bit as a freshman, but just obviously a very highly touted recruit. He's a sophomore. He's got the opportunity to go out there and play a lot. If he kind of takes that jump, I do think he's got a lot of range, a lot of size. It could be a weapon for them there. And then Ronan Hannafin, just really interesting. Obviously a receiver his first couple of years here. Dabo Swinney's talked a lot about how quickly he's transitioned over the last season to being a weapon at safety. Potentially play all over Tom Allen's defense. Just a really interesting guy. Saw him light up a couple people I remember during the spring game last year. So really interested to see how he transitions this year. And again, I don't know if he's the guy that takes over. It's Ricardo Jones, whoever, alongside Khalil Barnes. But I do think watching that safety position and seeing maybe one of those guys emerge as a key player in that defense will be an interesting storyline this year.
John Blau, one more before we let you go. We're just under 2 weeks remaining until that game in Death Valley. We'll do a wholesale projection prognostication next week, but your 36,000-foot view of what this game looks like now that we've got camp, now that we've had our last scrimmages, now that it's time to lace up the cleats and put the chin straps on, what's your early vibe on that contest a week from Saturday?
Yeah, I think we were talking about it a little bit, again, with T.J. Parker and Amari Adams. I do wonder about the matchup between LSU's offensive line, which is replacing a bunch of pieces, and Clemson's defensive line, which is supposed to be this juggernaut type of unit. I mean, that if LSU can't block T.J. Parker, Peter Woods, DeMonte Capehart, Amari Adams, et cetera, Will Helt, and Garrett Nussmeier is under duress, and they can't establish the run that neutralizes those really fast, great receivers that LSU has on the outside. That obviously is a huge game changer. And so just really interested in that matchup in particular. And then obviously, just 30,000-foot view. Is this offense as explosive for Clemson as we think it's going to be? I mean, you got K Club coming back. You got this entire offensive line, these receivers that are a year older. Obviously, again, running back's a little bit of a question mark, but is then Clemson able to be incredibly explosive against an SEC defense, which, again, they're LSU's trying to climb up the SEC. They use the transfer portal a lot. I don't know exactly what they have on the defensive end, but I'm sure they got dudes. And so how does Clemson look against that, that defense a year, after kind of struggling against the Georgia defense in an opener? So both of those things I think are incredibly interesting. And again, we got a couple more weeks here. It'll be interesting to see what actually happens on game day.
Next week, when John Blau and I speak, it will be time to go on the record because it will be game week for the Clemson Tigers. John Blau of the Post and Courier joins us every Monday at 8:40. My man, great to talk to you. Enjoy the final weekend before the chaos, partner.
I appreciate it. I'll enjoy it in a week. I'll get a couple naps, hopefully.
Yeah, you and me both. And then it's on. John Blau, Post and Courier. We got to run to a break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, do I have a surprise to you? It's not a surprise because I've been telling you all morning that my partner in crime, my comrade, my colleague, my Saturday afternoon co-host, Cody Decker, coming by to talk a little baseball with us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Speaking of baseball all about all-stars, the great one with the sports flash. Nailed it.
Just want to say, wow, I'm down one already. John Blau said dudes. I just didn't think he had it in him. Carolina Panthers lost to the Houston Texans 20-3. Bryce Young got sacked, missed receivers, and threw an interception that was called back due to a defensive penalty. He was replaced by Jack Palmer, put on the bench, who went 10 of 14 for 83 yards and 2 interceptions. The Panthers take on the Pittsburgh Steelers this Thursday in their final preseason game. The Atlanta Braves won their 5th consecutive game and finished off sweep of the Guardians with 5-4 win yesterday. Eric Fitty got the start, but the win went to Aaron Bummer, who worked 2 innings with just 1 hit allowed. The Braves collected 10 hots, including Jurickson Profar's 7th homer of the year. Hey, you told me to read it, so I'm going to. Alabama tailback Jam Miller, good name, the Tide's leading rusher from last year, will miss the season opened at FSU after an upper body injury sustained in a scrimmage. it's amazing after all the stuff I fixed.
What's up, you handsome son of a gun?
Oh, hi. Are we live?
In months.
It's been way too long. It's way too long. Oh, I cannot wait this weekend to talk it's going to be 4 hours of talking about Oasis. You know that, right?
Oh, for sure. We are. By the way, I feel like we just go ahead and break the news now.
You want to do that? I don't care.
Yeah, we might as well.
All right. So in theory, looks like it's going to work.
In theory, it looks
Yes.
like it's going to work.
Yes.
Here's hoping. We did a whole studio reset here. And so just everything's an experiment today, Cody Decker.
I love it.
Just making it up as we go.
Yeah, I don't love it at all, but you know, we're adjusting.
Jalen McDaniel signing with the Pelicans. There's another 6.7 and 3.3 on the books. Let's go.
He's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy.
Ladies and gentlemen of upstate South Carolina, people of America, citizens of Earth, sit down, take just a second to absorb what I'm about to tell you. It's football week. Week 0 in college football is here. I know that you're all gassed, you're all jacked, you're all jazzed, you're all ready to roll for that big Iowa State, Kansas State game live from Dublin, Ireland at noon on Saturday. And a guy that I'm excited to talk about. my Saturday co-host from noon to 4 on the BetMGM network, that I have no doubt is elated, electrified, and absolutely ready to break down every X and every O from some stellar Saturday college football matchups. The illustrious Cody Decker, host of Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM network here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Deck, you ready to talk some Week 0 football, buddy?
It's the dumbest thing that's ever been invented. The dumbest thing. The dumbest thing. Week 0. So dumb. Dumb. It's week 1. Call it week 1. I'm so tired of week 0. There is no week 0. And Rob, I'm gonna tell you, no one cares until week 12. No one cares till week 12, which is actually week 13 because week 0 is stupid. How are you?
You know, my favorite part about Cody Decker is like he leaves just a little bit of mystery about how he feels about things.
I just want to say the mic is perfect. Love the background, whatever you want to, the slogan, and he didn't overmodulate. Just
well, he's a radio professional.
Maybe you should pay attention. I'm just saying.
Cody Decker, my Saturday co-host on Bet for the Cycle, and might as well break the news, Deck. I've been here, I've been up, I've been gassed, I've been bringing noise all morning long. Why don't you do it?
Sure. Listen, Rob Brown and I have been working together for about 4 years on the BetMGM network. And listen, it's been nothing but a joy working with this cat. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This guy has become one of my very best friends, and I love working with him. And I love and look forward to continue working with him in the future. I do have some bad news, however, because it will not for much longer be on the BetMGM network, which is not a big deal because Rob Brown and I have been doing this show, Bet for the Cycle, on Saturdays for the last 4 years, and we've had a great time doing it. In fact, we've had a great time doing it for the BetMGM network. We have some people over there we really love and have a great time working with, a lot of casts of characters, a lot of bosses we've been around. But at the end of the day, I don't know if you guys know about weekend shows. Weekend shows are a young man and woman's game. We are not young men or women anymore. And frankly, the weekend time slots are for the younger cats trying to get into the industry. And honestly, I'm looking forward to what the BetMGM network puts in our place. We are going to finish out these next 2 weeks of our show as kind of like a fun little farewell. But if you think that means me and Rob Brown aren't going to be doing things together, no. Rob Brown and I are going to do plenty of things together. It just will no longer be under the BetMGM network moniker, which again, no hard feelings with that. I am very excited for where that network is probably going to be going, who they bring in. I hope whoever they bring in that you support them, because frankly, that's a time slot that needs support. And it's going to be hopefully somebody young trying to cut their teeth. And I'm very excited for whoever they bring in. But man, 4 years of a run on a Saturday show is, what can I say, Rob Brown? It was one hell of a run. It was one of the most fun shows you could ever hope to watch, which is why the show isn't necessarily going anywhere. It's just exiting stage left to a new stage at some point.
Yeah, it's a graceful bow out from 4 years of Saturdays because Deck and I, we want to do stuff like go to Scotland and see Oasis for a couple of weeks. Just like random stuff like that.
Yeah, and who amongst us has been able to do that at all? Me. I did last week. I saw Oasis in Scotland last week. Rob Brown is the best concert I've ever seen. Rob, tears, literal tears streaming down my face during Wonderwall, which is funny because Wonderwall's not even in like my top 15 Oasis songs. I don't know why I started crying. I was actively trying to stop crying, but physically couldn't. I was like wiping my face and like trying to laugh and change emotions. No. Not while Liam's belting out Wonderwall. Not while Noel's over there. They hugged. I saw Noel and Liam hug Rob Brown. It was the best concert I've ever seen, and they sounded incredible.
I put two and two together. Because I knew it was a good show. When I received a voicemail from Cody Decker that was just holding, I assume, the phone up in the air to record a song or 2.5 minutes of one. And I don't know if I'm ever deleting it, to be honest with you. I felt like I was there in vibes.
It was unbelievable. And man, oh man, listen, as you know about me, Rob Brown, Daddy loves himself a drink, but what Daddy doesn't really do is drink a lot of beer. That changed this last week. It was pint central all throughout Scotland and London for your boy. I was drinking beer left and right, and make no mistake, Oasis, and I'm going to be putting out a video about this very soon, Rob Brown. I look forward to you seeing it. I honestly think Oasis is single-handedly saving the alcohol industry, because I don't know if you've heard what they've done over in England, but the former record of most pints sold at a concert at Wembley or anything at Wembley Stadium was 120,000 pints going into this last month. That's not the record anymore, Rob Brown. The record is now 250,000. They doubled the record. Oasis, saving alcohol for all of us, baby.
And nobody got hit with a guitar. I'm so proud of everybody involved. Yet. Cody Decker, host of Bet for the Cycle. And if you missed it, Deck and I, 2 more shows in our Saturday slot, this Saturday, next Saturday. And then that show, after a 4-year run, comes to its conclusion. Deck and I, we're gonna be doing other stuff. We're gonna be doing YouTubes and all kinds of goofy stuff just to keep the boys together. Deck's also gonna start joining us weekly here on the show, because he's got nothing better to do this early in the morning, I assume. So we're gonna have
for now.
Let's talk a little baseball here, Cody Decker, because I assume that we have exhausted all your takes on week 0 college football. So,
yeah,
let's start with this one. Is your friend and mine, in fact, dare I say, friend of all Americans, is Ryan Horvat and the rest of his Chicago Cubs fans going to be okay after being ground zero for the continued, I don't know if I call it like a Cubs flame out or a Brewers flame on?
I don't know if we could ever call it a Cubs flame out, because the Cubs are sitting with 70 wins right now, 1 win behind the Los Angeles Dodgers, who we've all crowned king of the universe in the Major League Baseball sphere. At the end of the day, yeah, the Cubs are 5-5 in their last 10. They haven't been playing elite baseball, especially in the month of August. But, dude, the Milwaukee Brewers have won 14 straight. The Milwaukee Brewers haven't lost a game since the trade deadline. And make no mistake, they didn't do anything in the trade deadline. Pat Murphy has got this team. We talked about this on Bet for the Cycle. I've talked about this everywhere under the sun. Listen, I played for Pat Murphy. I know what Pat Murphy is all about. And if you give Pat Murphy young, good ball players, Pat Murphy will win baseball games with good young ball players. He doesn't need superstars. He certainly doesn't need superstars. In fact, I'd make the argument the superstars are the antithesis of what Pat Murphy needs. Pat Murphy, as I've described him before, is like Danny Ocean. This guy is very much, and I mean this as a compliment, a con man of the highest possible degree. He can get anyone to believe anything. How do I know that? This guy had me for 3 years as my AAA manager and my Major League manager in San Diego, believing that I was Mike Trout. I did not think I was Mike Trout at any given moment of my life. I know that because I played against Mike Trout, and it was like playing against a different species, let alone a different baseball player. But he made me believe it. He made the team and the guys around us believe it. And if you give him a young team in Milwaukee, a team that he has convinced them that they are downtrodden, your manager abandoned you for the team right across town in Chicago, the money, he went for that. And you know what? I stayed here, and we're going to do this together, because we're going to be, and this is a phrase he used to love to use, uncommon. Dude, he's made this team as uncommon as humanly possible. This team keeps getting better year in, year out by subtraction. They've lost Woodruff. They've lost Burns. They've lost Hader. They lost Adames. Like every name I just mentioned was a Cy Young winner or a massive all-star. They get better over and over and over again. It's astonishing to watch, and I look very forward to watching them lose out of the first series of playoffs, because that's how it always happens for Milwaukee.
It is, and that was going to be the next question is, have they done enough at 78 wins, more than anybody else in Major League Baseball? Have they done enough to convince you that the narrative is dead, or do we just go all in on whoever is playing them in round 1 or whatever round they play in first? Do we just go all in series win for whoever the wild card team they play first is?
I might. And it also depends on who that team's going to be. Are they going to be matched up with, like, say, the San Diego Padres? If they're matched up with the San Diego Padres in a 5-game series, I'm putting my money on the San Diego Padres 10 out of 10 times, period, stop. If they run into the Mets, however, that's going to be a different conversation. The Mets, who are absolutely floundering right now, winning only 3 of their last 10 games and have done absolutely nothing. In fact, I was really excited for the trade deadline moves they made out of that bullpen. But, dude, they've just gone the opposite direction, and the Phillies are just going to run away with this division, seemingly. So, listen, it just depends on who they're matched up with. If they're matched up with the Padres, I'm worried about anybody matched up with the Padres, including the Los Angeles Dodgers, who just swept the Padres this last weekend. Dude, this is going to be such a fun October. I cannot wait to go through all this October with you, wherever it is we're going to be talking about baseball this October, my man.
Last year, Cody Decker, we got 2 series into the postseason. And before we even started the World Series, you and I both declared on air, best Major League Baseball postseason we've had in a long time. And looking up and down at teams, and again, we're a long way away from the playoffs getting started, but looking up and down right now at some of the narratives, you talk about the Phillies, you talk about the Mets, you talk about the Brewers, talk about the Cubs, talk about the Dodgers, and the fact that their stable of injured pitchers that have missed 2 or more weeks this season is deeper than anybody else's actual major league rotation right now. And then we talk about teams like Toronto. You talk about a team, I have a bet slip out to win the AL East, the Boston Red Sox, 5 games back, but outside of the last week, playing pretty good ball. We talk about Detroit, 73 wins for the Tigers. We all thought like maybe that's an illusion. Turns out it's not. Dude, this postseason has the potential to be the best baseball postseason we've ever seen since last season.
It really does. And by the way, last season was just amazing. Like it was storybook. Movies will be made about it. That Freddie Freeman home run is going to live rent free in my brain.
Braves legend Freddie Freeman.
Not anymore. That's Los Angeles Dodger history legend Freddie Freeman. I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of Atlanta fans listening, and trust me, Atlanta fans, I feel for you. This is a tough year. You see what Freddie Freeman's done last year. It's impossible not to love Freddie Freeman. But, dude, with one swing of the bat last year, I felt like Freddie Freeman successfully, whether it was his intent or not, erased 15 years of Atlanta stardom and just like started anew. It was like a chrysalis that just took place in front of our very eyes. It's like, everyone, enjoy the new Freddie. And my God, the new Freddie is incredible. And I understand why any Atlanta Brave fan is upset about it. However, does it make a question for you, Rob Brown? Does it make Atlanta Braves fans somewhat root for the Dodgers just because Freddie is there and he's impossible to root against?
It's that weird spot where you're like, I'm not rooting for that team, but I'm rooting for that guy. It's more along the lines of if the Dodgers do it, and you and I have had this conversation 100 times. They've broken no rules. They've done nothing wrong. They followed anything that every other Major League Baseball team is willing to do. It doesn't mean I have to like it, but they've done what they're allowed to do. I think Freddie Freeman becomes the solace of if the Dodgers do this thing that most baseball fans hate, the only thing that is going to keep me from hurling myself into traffic is being happy for Freddie Freeman.
Yes. So I just assumed that every single Atlanta Brave fan saw that 3-run home run to walk off game 1 and were just screaming obscenities as much as they possibly could until they were like, well, at least it was Freddie. That's fine. Move on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Also, it's against the Yankees. What do they care?
Also that. Cody Decker, host Bet for the Cycle for 2 more weeks on the BetMGM network here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Real quick, 2 more teams I want to ask you about. Well, I should say 2 more races I want to ask you about. Let's start with the top of the AL East. The Yankees, they are 7-3 in the last 10, but they kind of had a crash after the trade deadline. It gave the Toronto Blue Jays, a team that you and I, much like the Seattle Mariners for years now, have been like, dude, they're so close, just like freaking do it. And they're finally doing it. Now, top of the AL East, and them right there, 5 games back are those Boston Red Sox, in a little bit of a slide of their own 4-6 in the last 10, but we're pretty good off the break. Where are you on that division? Do the Yankees storm back to win it late, going 7-3 in the last 10, or did Toronto or Boston do enough to at least make it fun?
Buddy, I think our time has finally arrived. You and I have been so hesitant about 2 teams this year because they've hurt us over and over and over again. I think the hurting finally comes to an end, my man. I think it's time for the Blue Jays and Mariners. I think we're finally going to see it. And not only that, I think the Mariners are going to win their division. The Astros are bleeding right now. They're 5-5 in their last 10. And the Mariners are just on a hot streak since they made those trade deadlines. And by the way, that trade deadline moves. Naylor's playing well. Eugenio Suarez is doing nothing. He's been hitting 150 since he's joined this team in 17 games. So far, it hasn't even amounted to much. It doesn't even matter. Their very presence in that lineup with Cal Raleigh, with Arozarena, with J-Rod Show. Man, this is a different lineup all of a sudden, and I am digging the Mariners. And the Blue Jays, as you mentioned, listen, they're about to roll out a 6-man rotation, including Shane Bieber. You know what that's going to look like in the playoffs? It might look like a 4-man rotation with 2 long reliefs. One of those 2 long reliefs would be Shane Bieber. That's a pretty good long relief, my guy. And if I'm the Blue Jays, listen, I know this is kind of a callous way to say this because it is very important to protect baseball players and arms specifically, especially coming off of Tommy John surgery. But they just made this trade for Shane Bieber. I have no idea how they intend to use them. And I'm starting to actually question, do they even care how they use them? Maybe they'll just keep rolling them out until they win a ring, man. And part of me actually doesn't even blame them for doing that. It's not like Shane Bieber's going to say no.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Cody Decker joining us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. The Braves crapped the bed on the entire season. It all goes sideways. Bob Nightingale told you and I on our show before the season started, if there's a team in the National League that can keep up with and track down and be a threat to the Dodgers, it's the Braves. And Bob Nightingale, who I love and adore, greatest baseball writer on the face of the planet, could not have been more wrong. Here's the problem I have, Beck. They hit the skids. They go 19 games below 500. Now they're 8-2. They're batting like 350 as a team. Michael Harris II looks like an all-star despite having like a 110 average in the first half. Why can't I have nice things? We can't even get set up to stumble into a Paul Skeens or like now that we have tanked. Now all of a sudden we're going to come out and be monsters when we're 10 games off with not enough time to make it up. Come on.
Rob Brown, look up and down your lineup. Who do you want to get rid of? Who do you want to add to this team? Honest to God, really. If this team's healthy, they're a World Series contender. You know that. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to be healthy. There's a reason they locked all these guys up for 10 years. I'm going to go ahead and pour a little bit of cold water on this to help you out and your Braves fans that are currently listening. Just reset for next year. I think this is a team that will be a contender year in, year out with these studs. Now, I want Austin Riley to get back to his perennial MVP type of status. I want the same thing from Matt Olson, and of course, Acuna Jr. has to be healthy. Not to mention Strider, and possibly picking up another arm at some point. Make no mistake, this team is not going anywhere in the future. But this year, yeah, I'll admit, pretty ugly. And it all started when one guy's name got named, Jurickson Profar. Profar just sent the season down a bad vibe right out the gate. And I feel like this team hasn't even remotely recovered ever since. That being said, Jurickson Profar did homer yesterday, and it was meant with nothing but crickets from that crowd.
Cody Decker, host of Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM network, for 2 more Saturdays, along with me. Make sure you check us out on Saturday. I'm going to be honest with you. Probably not. I mean, we'll talk some gambling, just what we want to, and literally nothing else.
Yeah, listen, we've had fun with this show. It's not like other things that have happened in the radio world in the last couple of months where things went absolutely crazy and people made horrible decisions. This is actually a very lovely mutual parting of ways. And honest to God, both Rob Brown and I wish them extremely well. Whoever comes into the spot, we wish them extremely well. I just think Rob Brown and I had been doing this spot for a long time, and we wanted to kind of move on and try new things. And frankly, we're excited to do it. And we're excited for everything that happens for that network after we're out of there. But yeah, we're going to talk barely any gambling. Let's just have a good time and figure out how we're going to destroy our producers in their final shows.
You handsome son of a gun, Cody Decker. Weekly spots with the Big Deck Energy starting next week on the show. Brother, good to have you, dude. Let's do it again soon.
My guy, I love you. You're my pal. You're my good time boy. Have a good show.
The man, the myth, the legend, Cody Decker. We got to run to a break. When we come back, Panther fans, friggin' relax. You're stressing me out. You shouldn't be stressed out. But you being stressed out is stressing me out, and I don't want to be stressed out. It's football week. So when we come back, I'm going to talk you off the ledge because that's what I do, and I'm good at it. Stick around. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Good stuff, brother. Appreciate you.
Anytime, my guy. All right, I'm going to go work out and do things.
Good man. I'll text you after the show, bud.
See ya.
See you. The legendary Cody Decker joining us in the last segment. We appreciate his time as always. John Blau of the Post and Courier in the segment before that. Talk some Clemson ball. Okie dokie.
All right. I think this is breaking news, which is why I'm doing it.
Which is why you're doing it. It would be weird if you're like, this isn't breaking news.
Sometimes I get the question of why, but
it.
this according to Adam Schefter, for the first time in over 20 years, Rich Eisen will anchor Sports Center tonight, hosting at 11 p.m. It's a big deal if you're a fan of old school Sports Center back in the day when Rich Eisen was there, and it's been 20 years since he's done this, and who thought that would ever happen again?
Not me, and I'm glad it is. Real quick, I want to say this real quick, and then I want to. Well, we can knock the Carolina stuff to the next segment if we need to, but I also said we'd do it here, so I'll knock this out real quick. I had a conversation with the bro-in-law over the weekend. We were talking about, and dare I say, lamenting the loss of ESPN. We were having a conversation, and this is something I would like to talk about. Probably out of time today, but likely tomorrow on the show, is the controversy question mark that shouldn't be, because it shouldn't be a shock to anyone, inspired last week by Jerry Jones when he said on purpose and out loud into a microphone that he is willing to manufacture a little drama to keep the Dallas Cowboys in the news cycle.
You know, one thing that I'm so glad that never happens in radio, because that's just not genuine. So
yeah,
never do that here.
You know, there is a difference, and even I, as somebody who abhors the hot take style of broadcasting, there is a difference from doing it in our world, which at the end of the day, our world is entertainer. That's what we are. We are entertainers. And there's a million different ways you can go about doing this job and being an entertainer. Some people manufacture hot takes. Some people are just really entertaining talking about football. The mental health of 40 million people isn't dictated by me coming in here and having a good crafted hot take or not.
By the way, here's how I'm entertaining.
Yeah.
But that's just for me.
So that whole thing is great. But the bro-in-law and I, as we were watching a little ESPN on Friday, introducing nephew Razor to the sports greatness. As we were going through this whole thing, so, that thing popped up about JJ, about Jura in the game. And we were having some conversation about, do you remember the good old days of ESPN where they just turned Dan Patrick and Rich Eisen and Stu Scott and Old School Linda Cohn and all these folks in, and they came on the TV and they told you what happened? They said, for the love of elevation, or cooler than the other side of the pillow, or whatever the catchphrase was. And then they started doing that again for the next game instead of all the hot take and emotional reactive bull crap. Rich Eisen, welcome back, buddy. Rich Eisen, welcome back. That's all I'm asking for. Rich Eisen, welcome back. Please just do that. Please, Rich, please do not fall prey to the I know him personally style of broadcasting. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I'm literally begging you.
Rich Eisen knows plenty of people. So if he says he knows someone, he probably actually does.
Oh, for sure.
Rich Eisen, you can hear on these radio stations noon to 3. So check him out. He was always my favorite. So even though he's from Michigan and touts the Wolverines, still was always my favorite.
Loved Eisen, Stu Scott, and Dano back in the day. Absolute legends, all of them. All right, you know what? I'm going to do the Panther thing here, and I'm going to do the Panther thing here because I absolutely do not need more than 5 minutes. Okay? I don't need it. Panther fans. Take a deep breath.
No.
Okay? Take a deep breath.
No. If there's a time to panic, it's right now.
Okay. All right. Give me my 5 minutes.
All your
then at the end-
hype and all your building up things and almost had me believing that everything was going to be fine. And then that. All right, I'll turn my mic off.
I don't know. Just give me my 5 minutes and then turn your mic back on and let me know where I got you, where I steered this ship to. Okay. The very first play of the Panthers offense on Saturday against the Houston Texans, Bryce Young took the snap. It was a play action to the left. BY rolled out to the right. He was chased down by a couple of Texans, and he heaved one down the right-hand side that ultimately got picked up and brought back. However, there was a defensive penalty on the play, and it ended up being overturned. In fact, not just overturned, but a first down automatically granted to the Carolina Panthers. And I will acknowledge to you that I was not watching this game on Saturday. I took my smoke show of a wife out to a way too expensive, but she deserved it, fancy dinner date. So I got back to the house that night after our way too expensive fancy dinner date. I put the smoke show to bed. And after she was zonked, I grabbed the remote and I popped it on YouTube TV and I said, all right, let me click over and see what happened. Let's break this thing down because I think maybe there's trouble in paradise. One play, one pick. Not great, Bryce. So I opened it up and I looked at it. Quick, somebody tell me what formation that play was run out of. Don't worry about it if you don't know. I do. It was run out of a formation with a running back offset to Bryce's right, a tight end, and this is key, to the right-hand side, and Xavier Legette, who worked in from a slot to a wing back. When the play was run, XL ran. Nope, I get my 5 minutes. You give me my 5 minutes. Playing crickets is just you doing better sound effects than you can do.
My mic is off.
The formation was Bryce Young in the shotgun, a running back lined up to his right, a tight end to the right-hand side. Xavier Legette walked out from a slot to a wing, a wide receiver on both sides. And on the play, including Adam Thielen on the backside, by the way. On the play, XL ran himself a little outside route to the sticks. And then what was supposed to happen as the play action saw the running back fake the handoff to the left, the offensive line all run block to the left. Everybody crashed that way. Bryce Young then booted out to the right-hand side. Then what was supposed to happen? What was supposed to happen was the tight end on that side. That would be Jatavion Sanders. The tight end locked up with the defensive end enough to hold him up to allow Bryce Young to roll wide. Remember, what's a defensive end's job? Set the edge. Don't let the quarterback cross your face. Jatavion Sanders' job as the tight end was to chip down on the D end, hold him up long enough for Bryce to get to the outside, and then turn him loose to the inside and run a 2 or 3 yard across the face with Bryce Young, step for step, stride for stride. Had he done that, then the cornerback that was out there on Xavier Legette would have had to come up to play the flat route and would not have gotten there in time, meaning one of two things would happen. He would either step up and take away the Jatavion Sanders sideline route, or he would have had to stay back and cover up XL down the sideline technique. Whoever he didn't cover, that's who Bryce Young throws the ball to. Instead, when he rolled out to the right, Bryce Young, Jatavion Sanders gets the block. But when Sanders goes to release to run the little 3 yard shallow across the outside, the defensive end realized what happened. He saw that play. So what did he do? He tackled Jatavion Sanders at the line of scrimmage. Straight up, flat out tackled him. You can't do that. So he tackled Jatavion Sanders, who was the key to that play working. So Bryce Young rolls out to the outside. He looks for his emergency, which is the tight end coming across on the 3 or 4 yard crossing route. He did not see him. When he looked back, what did he see? He saw a defensive end tackling his tight end, who was an eligible receiver to run his emergency valve route. But since he got tackled, Bryce Young said, hey, this is a free play. And he was right. This wasn't because I heard a lot of people saying, oh, Bryce threw the ball because he realized I'm going to get hit out of bounds. No, he did not. He didn't throw the ball because he was going to get a hit out of bounds. He threw the ball because he recognized that his tight end got tackled before he could release on the route. It was already a penalty, meaning if Bryce Young chucks it down there 30 yards, there are only two possible outcomes. Either A, Xavier Legette skies up and gets it, brings it down, first down, Cats, or B, it's either incomplete or picked. And if it's incomplete, 10-yard penalty, first down. And if it's picked, 10-yard penalty, first down. There were 0 negative outcomes. Bryce Young recognized it's a free play, and none of y'all did. Y'all were all freaking out. Oh, peep. No, it wasn't. The tight end got tackled when he was the key to that play. If he doesn't get tackled, he runs a 3-yard cross. The cornerback has to either step up to eliminate the tight end, in which case XL is open, or he has to fade off to cover XL, in which case the tight end is open. But because the tight end wasn't there, BY had an option. Throw it down there. Nothing bad can happen. And the fact that Bryce recognized that and y'all did not is why I am still Camp Bryce Young. And if that explanation doesn't fly for you, as the legendary Pat McAfee once said, you don't know ball, brother. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Cannot quell the negativity. You cannot paint a picture other than the one that we've all seen. Also, I wonder about this dude. Now he's out checking. Yeah, guy.
Stay right there, guys. I got to find out what Lunds is talking about. All right, dudes and dudettes, we're back.
By the way, I saw it too. I saw him recognize that it was a free play, and he still threw a horrible pass. I mean,
He was going out of bounds with two linebackers.
Yeah,
in his face.
it was.
It's the old bleep it XL's down there somewhere.
Yeah,
offense.
but I mean,
Would you want him to take a shot from a linebacker in a preseason game? No. Throw it in the fadeaway. See if somebody makes a stupid.
He ducks
awesome
a little
play.
bit. The linebacker's going to go over him. So I mean, it's just going to happen because of skill, not because of height. You just automatically think I mean, come on.
Steven said, "I'll trade you BY for Rat Daddy." Done in a heartbeat. I love Spence. You know how I love Spence. You know how I feel about Spence.
Me too.
Done in a heartbeat.
Let's get to, or just about anybody.
Done in a heartbeat. You're very welcome, John Ale. Knowing ball publicly is my job. I'm good at it.
Why only publicly? So when you're
I do
not
it privately
in it,
too.
you're not in it. Okay.
I just get paid to do it publicly.
Oh, okay.
Rob Brown time. What are you gonna do? Rob Brown time. Down, Rob Brown time. What the hey, dude? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up, the Rob Brown Show on a Monday. Not just any old Monday. A football Monday. Because while it is just week 0, and while it's just Iowa State, Kansas State, ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday at noon, we've got ourselves a top 25 college football game.
I don't normally agree with Cody Decker. Probably not a lot at all, but I think he expressed the sentiments of the majority of people with his rant about week 0. It's stupid. Not only is it dumb in college football, it's dumb in high school too. It's just stupidity personified out there. Oh, you know what we ought to do? Let's call it week 0.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the name, but I'm also going to say.
Let's call it week preview. Okay. It's a preview and it's weak because there are no good games. Let's call it that.
I am going to say that while I do not like the name, it has been so long since we have had a live competitive football game that matters on the television. You can call it whatever you want. You can say whatever you want about it. But at noon, your boy is going to be parked right there in the chair along with Cody Decker, hosting the penultimate bet for the cycle. As August 30th is our last bet for the cycle. I will be parked at noon alongside Cody Decker and Double D, virtually, of course, as we host the second to last ever edition of the Saturday version of Bet for the Cycle. And I will have in front, okay, that's not cool. I will have in front
he's
of me,
already said there's not going to be a thing. That's why you could, be worried that, I mean, he declared on the show there would not be a thing.
That's a thing.
I don't, the thing I'm concerned to the point where I might have to tune in just to watch just in case.
It's going to be chaos. It's going to be chaos and shenanigans because effectively when.
But it's not. What do you mean overwrite? I just hit the button.
Initially, the plan was that Deck and I were going to take Bet for the Cycle through the end of the Super Bowl. But long story short, radio is radio. And what it comes down to is they said, look, we don't want to have to try to prop up a new show in the middle of college football season. So we're going to sunset you guys on the 30th, which we're like, saw it coming. Totally fine. No worries. We loved our time with Bet. And by the way, real quick, I will still be on BetMGM Network. I will still be doing fill-in spots. I will still be filling in for Brad and Ryan on BetMGM tonight when they are out. I will still be filling in for Femi and Nick on You Better You Bet when they are out. I will still be filling in on certain weekends on other shows, including potentially the one that's going into our slide. I will still be on the network, but it has got to the point where Deck and I said, all right, 4 years of Saturdays. We've given it a run now. We're established. We're ingrained. We're done. We want our Saturdays back. And they said, all right, go ahead and wrap up the month and we'll move on, which is completely and totally fine.
I don't want people to think that I'm making fun of the end of a show that you care a lot about. I'm just making fun. And I know how much this show meant to you.
Oh,
and
dude, it was huge.
Yeah.
It was huge. It was awesome. It was a blast.
And it was
fantastic.
nationwide. I mean, that's a big deal when you get to do that, something that's on across the country, and you get to do it for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. We did a nationally syndicated show. It had a ton of success when I got in touch with the VP of the network, to say, look, man, like we've given it a run. We've had a ball. It's been great. But, I effectively did not have I think I had over the last year, I think I had 3 Saturdays off. I had 4 Saturdays off. One was for a funeral. One was for being very ill. And I think the other 2 were vacations. And I said, look, I effectively had 0 months off during my entire first year of marriage. I'd like those back. And he said, nope, absolutely not a problem. I said, I don't want to be done with the network. I'd love to still be in and still guest host. They said, that's absolutely fine. So you guys do to the end of the month. We had a great time. The show was awesome. Could not have had more fun. Could not have worked with a better group of people, from Hating Ass Mario to Double D to Kenny to Dano the Mano and the rest of the gang. Like, it was great. We had our run, and we want to open the door for some of the young talent at that network who has earned their shot too.
That means Rob's down to job number 36, which means if you're hiring.
Yeah, if you need somebody to come talk football on Saturdays, I'm available.
He can't say no. So
no, he can and will for a little while, because I can tell you right now, if I said, hey, babe, August 30th is my last Saturday, but also the Saturday after that, pretty sure my wife would punch me in the face. And I'm pretty sure I wouldn't blame her for doing it. My wife would not actually punch me in the face. It's a figure of speech.
She did, it would hurt.
You get the point. All right. So that's that. That's where we are. That's the update. That's the news. If you wanted to check out a Bet for the Cycle, we will be on from noon to 4 this Saturday. And then the final edition of Bet for the Cycle will be next Saturday, August 30th, the first day of college football season. And that was, by the way, specifically for me. Andrew was like, dude, I know you're a big college football guy. You can have the first day of college football, and then we'll figure it out. I said, all right, deal done. So make sure you check in. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be chaos, because we have absolutely zero intention of following anything that Double D puts on the rundown. At all. 2 in an hour.
That's why, hey, listen, I won a couple weeks in a row. So, I mean.
You did. You smoked me a couple weeks in a row.
I feel bad for you, so I'm doing this on purpose. What I was going to say is, what if you guys do Taylor Swift New Heights kind of numbers?
I would be beyond stunned. I would be impressed if we did 0.01% of Taylor Swift New Heights. And by the way, one more time, ladies, for all of you that have made Taylor Swift the most popular musical act in like the history of popular musical acts, I need you all to pick something up from the pod. And fellas, you listen to me too, especially solely and exclusively if you're single and you're looking to mingle, and you're trying to get down with the opposite sex, or maybe the same sex, whatever. Listen, the point here is this and this alone. You will notice something about the New Heights pod with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, which I've listened to about 60%. And I have to tell you, I find it very entertaining. What you will learn, kids, is this. Taylor Swift rose to become a global phenomenon by singing songs about heartbreak and failed relationships, and singing more songs about trying to find her Prince Charming. And she did. She did. I think it's pretty obvious to tell. I'm usually a pretty cynical S of a B. All right. I'm a pretty cynical dude. They're legit. They're real. They're for real. All right.
Here's the thing. Travis Kelce, not that good of an actor.
Not that good of an actor.
There's no way he could have. Yeah. So
no,
it looks pretty legitimate. Yeah.
And so, ladies, if you are looking, fellas, if you are looking to romanticize, to boo up somebody from the gender of your choice, to boo up. No, I say that.
Okay.
If you are looking to, I want you to take a lesson from Taylor Swift, because she didn't just go in and say, hey, Travis, be my Prince or my Prince Charming, my knight in shining armor. What did she do? She learned his language too. She said, yes, I expect you to be romantic and sweep me off my feet. That's all well and good. I'm also going to learn the intricacies of the Tampa 2 defense, and I'm going to be able to break it down and diagnose it and scheme it out. And Travis went, I'll be your Prince Charming if you'll be my Mrs. Can break down the nickel coverage against a slot receiver. Learn both love languages, theirs and yours, and you'll all be better off for it.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
They call me Dr. Love. They call me Dr. Love.
Now we'll all be better off
Love.
Together, as Rob tells us why these things are Xing, starting with almost.
Somebody sent me a video of him picking up whatever that dude's name was.
Yeah, I forget his name. He's just,
And I feel bad I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to anyway.
Dude, it was awesome.
I know it was. The meme said, me getting a bag of ice ready for the cooler.
Yes,
I was like,
I saw that one. I saw that one. It was great. Have you seen the one that they put it together with Lion King?
I have not.
Oh
God,
it's good. It's really good.
Oh God.
So almost wrestled. This is the first time we've seen him wrestle in a long time for WWE for AAA in Mexico because WWE owns it now. And it was I think it was like a battle royal type thing, and a really short person came out, and it was a comedy gold.
But he totally played it as if it was like dead serious. It was fantastic.
It was great, and I think that guy actually pinned Otis. All right, the next thing that's Xing is Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel Xing because not only did Dylan Gabriel throw was it a pick six or just a pick? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. I believe it was a pick six. Doesn't matter. Either way, Dylan Gabriel threw a pick. Made his way into a position, a good angle to take a tackle, and then just didn't do that. Just ran right by the cat, just right on by him as if he didn't even exist there, and then tried to play it off as, I got blocked.
Yeah, he's
Nated.
Xing because of the interview afterwards, and he kind of threw shade about entertainment.
Yeah. I will very simply say this. Yeah, dude's not a big guy. I don't want my quarterback in a preseason game going line to line with a linebacker, dude. No, let him go. If we lose, we lose. It's a preseason game. I don't care.
All right, Joey B jumped in and said it was Microman. Sorry, I forgot his name.
That's it.
Yeah. But check him out. He's pretty good. All right, the next thing it's Xing is Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson is Xing because last night the Cincinnati Bengals decided to, how do I put this in football language? Be a bunch of dumbasses. They acknowledged last night that Trey Hendrickson is now up for trade. They are listening to trade offers for a defensive end who gets him 17.5 sacks annually.
The Bengals will have to score 50 points a game to go 500.
All right.
That's not a joke.
According to sources, 3 teams that are very interested are the Browns.
Shocking.
Well, imagine
him and Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
They might they'd be in I don't say they'll be in the division.
The Colts.
Okay.
And then finally
the Dallas Cowboys.
The Panthers.
Ooh. I could get down with that.
I don't know what they're going to trade to get them, but
I don't know. Figure it out.
All right.
Wait. Legit idea. Micah Parsons for Trey Hendrickson straight up. I think everybody's got to take it, right?
Yeah.
I think everybody's got to take that deal.
Dallas ain't going to do that.
No, they're dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, Jerry's dumb, but you get it.
All right. The next thing it's Xing is Terrence Stamp.
I got nothing.
I didn't know if you would know. He was Zod. Neil before Zod. He passed away.
See the one that was sent to the
Forbidden Zone.
Yeah,
it was him.
Okay.
All right. Let's stick with old people. But this one is alive, and that would be Robert Redford.
I have zero idea.
It's his
birthday?
It's his birthday.
Okay.
He is 89, and just because I'm striking out, might as well get that third strike in. Andy Samberg.
Nope, that's not who I was going to say. I was going to say Jamie Lee Curtis. Please tell me you've seen why Jamie Lee Curtis is trending.
I saw she was trending, but I didn't check because it's usually political stuff.
Nope. It is because the first hype images of the new Freakier Friday, the Freaky Friday.
I thought the movie was already out.
No. Well, I don't know if this is like relative, but she's on a press tour right now. And it turns out, unless Disney has gotten into the game of selling certain aspects, Jamie Lee Curtis is apparently blessed. Just Google it. Just go type her into your Twitter inbox and then immediately close it because it's like it's not inappropriate. But Jamie Lee Curtis is blessed.
I'm not doing this because you're going to. We're out of time.
Oh, gotcha. Y'all have a great day. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, it's your own fault. Come back tomorrow. We'll do better on a Football Tuesday edition of the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later. We did it. We did a show.
I didn't have time to get the bed in there or whatever. Yeah. It goes well with the rest of the day.
There is an account that I follow called Chef Reactions, and it is this chef, and he watches people make like DIY, like at-home recipes, right? And he just makes fun of really bad ones. Well, he found one of this older Mexican lady making a homemade 6 tortilla, giant
Okay.
Crunch Wrap Supreme.
So Jamie Lee Curtis, those have always been there. So yeah,
I had no idea.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
you should watch some of our earlier movies.
Apparently so. I had no idea. Because I remember in
You guys can
what
figure
was
out
that-
what
was that
what
Arnold
they is.
Schwarzenegger movie she did where she did the strip dance.
True Lies.
Yes. I don't recall those being there for that scene.
They pushed. It was pushed
I know.
down.
I know how those
yeah.
apparatuses work. I just didn't know that.
She's famous for not having work done, so that's a good call, James. Yeah.
Not today, Satan. I might try to make it. I'm about to send this to you. Don't listen to it. Just watch it. Wait, can I not send this?
He said no.
Oh, he's got his account. Bummer. All right, dudes and dudettes, I got to go make social media videos. Speaking of chefs, Rob, a po' boy sauce from my coastal friend. Oh, you're asking me for one? I mean, it's going to depend what you're into, but I will tell you right now the sauce that I am on, and
That does not
I
sound like a good thing. So
love
depends
it.
on what you're into.
It does. Like, do you want like a traditional, like more like tartar style sauce for a seafood po' boy? Are you having like a more Philly style po' boy? Are you doing it depends on the po' boy you're making. If you're going with, I'm a fried shrimp po' boy guy, Steven. There are 2 po' boys I like. I like a roast beef po' boy with the brie, fully juiced, fully dressed. And I like a fried shrimp po' boy. Those are my 2 things. So if you are going with this, it is lazy, but I have come to the conclusion and realization, and I mean this when I say it. I think most people. I do, and I assume most people will enjoy cooking more if you find shortcuts that you like. Not just shortcuts for the sake of shortcuts, but shortcuts that you actually like, shortcuts that you actually enjoy. One of the ones that I have found, I used to make regularly. I used to make my own homemade chipotle aioli. Used to get chipotle pepper. I grow chipotle peppers. So I'd like get my chipotle out of my garden. And then I would get, and I would make it different every time. I'd get some of the other peppers out of my garden, and I would make my own chipotle aioli. And I still will do that. But what I will say is this. Guy Fieri has a line of sauces called Flavor Town. Shocking, he's great at branding. And he has a chipotle aioli.
He was great in Happy Gilmore too, by the way.
He was great in Happy Gilmore too. Guy Fieri has a line of aiolis called Flavor Town, and one of them is a chipotle southwestern chipotle aioli. You can get it at the Wally World. It is fantastic. But here's what I do. What I do is I take the bottle and I empty it into a like a bowl. Just empty it into a bowl, and then I take one of my chipotle peppers because I grow spicy chipotle peppers. I take one of those. I put it I dehydrate it. I put it in a grinder. I grind it up into dust, and then I put that into the chipotle aioli. I stir it up real good, and then I just use that. Use a spatula, slather it onto the bread. If you are doing homemade Creole fried shrimp, I would advise get the Guy Fieri Flavor Town chipotle aioli. If you want to get fancy, you don't have to do your own pepper. Go to the seasoning section, get some spicy chipotle seasoning, mix that into, and you don't even have to you don't even have to pour it out. Like you can just open the top of the bottle, take a little bit out to make room, dust a bunch of spicy chipotle in there, close it back up, shake it up real good, and use that. Put that on some fried shrimp, and it'll be a banger. And now that you said that, that's what I'm going to do for dinner tonight. The wife's getting fried shrimp po' boys because of you, Steven. Well done. Well done. That's it for us, kids. I got to go make social media videos. All right, you tell them if I click this button, It puts chats on the screen. It's new. Y'all have a good one. Goodbye.